Hello, gentlemen, and the one lady. So, I had no idea what I wanted to do for today's stream. That's why we are late. I was literally looking around. Oh, do we play games? And I actually installed some, like the first Witcher game. It says I played 3.5 hours, but that's not true. The game crashed when I tried to play it back then, so I didn't. Wait, last time played today? No, I just installed it. What the? Steam. I also installed other games today, Portal 1 and 2. I think that would be kind of nice content, you know, playing it on stream. Two of my favorite games of all time, because that's how good they are. I think I installed more, but I don't remember. Guess I didn't. I guess I didn't. But we are doing other things first, like reacts. And maybe that's the only thing that we are doing today. Just reacts about gaming. With one exception, which is this one. After visiting Europe, American suburbia feels completely wrong. Well, duh. American suburbia is literally created so people have to buy cars. That's literally the only reason that exists like that. Because you don't find that anywhere else in the world, as far as I know. I mean, I live in a part of my town which is very densely populated, and I walk to the store. That's at max 10 minutes. Absolute maximum. And it's fine. Wherever I want to go, I can just walk. I have literally no need for a car. Zero. There's even, guess what? We have even some industrial complexes in my part of town. Well, industrial, it's not really, you know. But there's actually kind of plenty. Well, it's kind of whatever, but we have that. And that's nothing uncommon in Germany at all. And plenty of people that work here also live here. Because, you know, that's, I mean, if you have to make the decision, you know, you drive 1 hour to work or you walk 5 minutes to work, what do you think is better? Walking to 5 minutes. Always. That's by, at my last job, the guy, our shift leader, let's call him just that, he drove over an hour to work. Guess what? He doesn't do that anymore. He found a job, got a job offer in the village he's living at, and now he drives 5 minutes with his bicycle to work instead of over 1 hour with the car. Why would he not do that? So, ouch. Oh god, old man. Old man. So, how about the start? But we have to switch the music because that will not work when we have videos run. Okay. Here we go. Might actually Okay, should be fine. Actually, why bother with music? So, where do we start? How about here? They never expected that. I think that's a good start. How about making some fun? Of Bethesda. Yes, I was muted. I pressed the button and it didn't work. The usual. Why is that still here? No, we watched this yesterday. Here we are. Here we go. Oh, God.
It almost felt like I was living in a simulation this past weekend, eerily similar to weekends I had back in early 2024, starting my new save file for Palworld, getting lost in space and time, entire days just gone, an unreasonable number of, I need to do this one last thing, albeit this time.
I know that feeling very, very well. That's literally how I'm in a way. That's literally every time I play TerraTech Legion. So I Survivor's game, where you build vehicles of destruction. And kind of the same when I start playing Path of Exile 1 or 2 season. Kind of the same, yeah. You're sitting there playing a game and you think like, this one thing I have to do, just this one thing, one more thing, then I'm good. And then there's another thing that, yeah, just this one thing, or the thing just takes hours to do because you are slow. At least that goes for me, I'm an old man.
Around, I was a little less sad and a little less pudgy. Growth. But on top of Palworld hitting Steam chart highs for the second time, it has been a very busy week. Sony is now actively getting sued over anti-consumer behavior. Ubisoft sold 2 million copies of Black Flag Resynced, and we somehow got 2 of the worst summer blockbusters within a couple weeks of.
Oh yeah, I've read a rumor correctly. Supergirl completely flopped, and I have heard nothing about Moana, which is even worse than hearing about the movie flopping. If you don't hear about a movie at all, that means no one cared. No one.
Each other, but mostly we saw 2 sides of the same coin. We got Triumph in Palworld, which against all odds fought against Nintendo, against the Pokemon fanboys preying on its downfall, and just hit almost 860,000 concurrent players on Steam. And we also got full public meltdowns in what is currently happening over at Bethesda. One of these studios has worked very diligently to earn your time and money, and one of them thinks that they are just entitled to it. But first, let's catch up on a few things. Sony's
that's a thing that happens a lot with modern people working in media. They are very entitled because they have been told that, you know, they deserve things without earning them, you know. And that's why they feel so entitled. That's why they are such bad people.
Still has not said a single word about the physical media backlash. They have just kept marching on, posting, while getting absolutely bodied in their comment sections across.
This was 2 weeks ago, right? No, 4 weeks. Yeah, they had come out. They go through it. They don't care. Which is to be expected. They are owned by the same people that own every other thing that is going digital only. And that's where that's coming from the investors. That's not a decision that they made because they wanted that. It was, yeah, you do that. And so they do that because the owner says so. AKA BlackRock.
Every platform, which is weirdly kind of impressive. I don't know, I won't lie. Meanwhile, 2 days after announcing discs are going to die, their CEO sold off more than half of his personal stake in the company, about $4.5 million worth, and several other executives sold that exact same week too. And now they are staring down a lawsuit north of $450 million over exactly this. No discs or resale market or alternative to their storefront, just Sony alone deciding what a game should cost and how long you get to play it for. So the plan right now for them seems to be say nothing, let people crash out, and silently hope that GTA 6 fixes everything. Black Ops 1 and 2 ports dropped and immediately shot to the top of the PlayStation charts. Everyone...
Yes, because Call of Duty players are retarded. These people literally pay full price for the same game every year. I mean, do I have to say more? It's literally the same game every year. Every year. Why are you falling for that? Oh, right, because you're stupid. And you still want to, you like the game, you get, I mean, let's be fair, no one plays for the story. Unlike back in the day where people were buying games for the story and the multiplayer. And now it's just the multiplayer, the story is just whatever. And we can tell by how bad the story is, and no one actually really cares. Yeah. Bad times.
Was so excited, and then everyone found out that they had shipped the entire 2012 experience all over again, including the hackers. A decade of old problems came right back along with the new games, and Activision ended up having to pull a whole playlist down. Thankfully, they did fix it though, which means the 3-act story is now complete. Old COD humiliates new COD, old COD immediately breaks, and Activision somehow swoops in to save the day. Meanwhile, Black Ops 7 is still just sitting over there in the corner. Over in the world of movies, Moana and Supergirl are currently locked in a battle for which summer blockbuster gets to lose the most money. And it is looking pretty neck and neck for now, so congrats.
So the movie is flopping. I'm not surprised. I mean, to be fair, does this poster for the movie looks like, does this make you, oh yeah, I want to watch the movie? No, because what is there? Nothing. There's nothing. I mean, you have attractive, cute woman, but that's it. And yes, I know, oh, it's for kids. I know that. But if you just remember when you were a kid, would this make you want to watch this? No. There's nothing there. And same here. This is nothing. This is boring. Everything here is boring, which is a problem.
To both. Then, of course, there is the Black Flag remake, and even though I loved the original game, I am personally not quite ready to give Ubisoft my money, but credit where credit is due.
I'm not going to buy anything from Ubisoft ever again, or EA, or Activision Blizzard. I refuse that. I am done with that. I don't even remember when the last time was. EA is, I think, a decade ago, maybe even longer. Ubisoft, I don't know. Oh, I do know. It was The Division 2, when that released. It was fine. I think I have 60 hours in that game, maybe up to 100. And then I stopped because it's whatever. Blizzard Activision, yeah, I played World of Warcraft, of course. But that's it.
They sold 2 million copies in a single day with no players engaged wording to be found anywhere, and became the very first Assassin's Creed game ever to break 100,000 concurrent players on Steam. They also dropped essentially what is a battle pass into it, along with $85 worth of DLC, which has reportedly already made $1 million on top of the game sales. People have also been sharing clips of how beautiful the game looks, and somebody decided that included a close-up of a female NPC's feet, which currently has tens of thousands of likes on it. Speaking of female NPCs, on top of toning down some of the female character designs, they all...
Yeah, who could have guessed that they would make all the women ugly? Who could have guessed? Oh yeah, everyone. Everyone, of course they would do that. Why? Because of all the women in the company that are jealous of attractive women because they are unattractive. So they hate when other women get attention. That's why that is made.
also censored the figurehead on a boat. Keep in mind, this is an M-rated game. You spend the entire time slitting throats, blowing up ships full of human beings, but somebody had to sit in a meeting and spend time and spend money making sure that the wooden lady up front got a bra. This
Yes, because they hate men and they hate attractive women. I said that before and I will repeat this until everyone knows. They hate attractive women and they hate men, so they do that.
next one has been on my mind for a while. So Love in Deep Space, for anyone unfamiliar, is an enormous Otome gacha game, over 80 million
it's a gacha
downloads,
game, yeah.
and to be very clear, it is a girl Gooner game. And last month, they announced a sixth love interest named Valko, who is a werewolf tech CEO.
Of course.
But it got backlash.
Of course he's a werewolf. Love turns to hate as Love and this Deep Space maker in Fold Games forced to delete new boyfriend. What? Okay.
Because a chunk of the player base was mad that a brand new character was pulling resources from the team when the 5 guys already in the game are apparently starving for more content. And then it escalated. There were reportedly real-world protests, and allegedly someone put poop inside of the company's lockers. So Paper Games just canceled him completely, even though he was fully ready to go, fully voice acted, cinematics finished, and then the other half.
So what you're telling me is that women are crazy, just like men are. Because, remember, this is made for women, which is very clearly by how the guys look, right? And that it's guys and not women. And that you play as a woman. I mean, it's very, very clear, right? Very, very clear what's going on here.
Of the fan base lost it, and the petition to bring Valko back cleared 300,000 signatures in about 4 days. For scale, the biggest petition against Sony ending physical media was about 200,000 the last time I checked, so it just goes to show, never underestimate the power of Gooners. Which brings me to Fortnite, yet again, whose summer collab with DC Comics just added bikini skins and tiny Batman swim shorts.
Yep. Oh boy. This is making me want to play the game, but wait. That's not Marvel. Wait, what? Yeah, that's not wait, what? Oh, DC Summer Fortnite. Okay, I was confused. Yeah, okay, yeah. I like this, you know, for very apparent reasons.
Rivals approach, I see. It looks like they have finally remembered that they are rated T for teen. But moving on from all of that, I have watched Bethesda utterly crash out in headlines this whole past week, and I just cannot believe how much they keep digging themselves into a hole. It is.
Why not? Why not? I mean, it's very obvious that they are all incompetent. So why would you expect anything else?
It's been a whole saga at this point, but with all of the restructuring happening over at Xbox, Bethesda devs have now come out to say that the Elder Scrolls 6 could be getting delayed. You know, the same game that was announced 8 years ago. And the reason that they are giving is the recent layoffs. They have fewer people now, legacy knowledge is walking out of the door, and their proprietary engine, which if we are being honest, mostly runs on vibes, is going to be pretty challenging for newer contractors and devs to work with. And while
Didn't they create the version 2 of the engine? Or working on that? Man. I tell you, everyone that works at that studio at that company is freaking incompetent. Absolutely.
I'm not denying that this is true, and I'm sure that there have unfortunately been some long-term, really talented people swept up in all of this. This game was announced 8 years ago. Skyrim released 15 years ago. If a wave of cuts right now is what is delaying this game, what exactly has been happening for the past decade? Since
nothing. Literally nothing. I can guarantee you they didn't do any work on the game until maybe 2 years ago. Maybe. It's the same thing with Anthem. And oh yeah, this game was in the works for 8 years. And they basically worked on it for 18 months. before it came out. Yeah. That's basically the same thing that is going on with the Elder Scrolls 6.
Skyrim, outside of ESO and Fallout 76, Bethesda has developed Fallout 4 and Starfield, just 2 single-player launches in 15 years, one of which was supposed to be the very big Xbox console seller and was not. But it turns out that somebody above Bethesda has also been asking these same questions ever since she took over, and her name is Asha Sharma. Asha took over for Phil Spencer back in February, and among other changes, she has made it very clear that she is done waiting on Bethesda's big games. I mean, somehow we have gotten 2 full seasons of a live-action Fallout show, while the studio that owns Fallout hasn't shipped a new mainline game in over a decade. So reportedly, Asha went over to Obsidian, the New Vegas people, canceled the Avowed sequel they were working on, thank goodness, cut about a quarter of the studio and pointed everything that is left at a brand new Fallout game. The whole situation is kind of like when your mom would ask you to take the trash out and then ask you again a day later, and then wait a truly generous amount of time while you sit there doing absolutely nothing about it, until she finally walks over, picks up the bag herself, obviously not happy, and goes, "Fine, I'll do it myself." Now, having your own IP pulled out from underneath you is a pretty extreme thing to have happen, but it doesn't happen out of nowhere. Like we talked about in my last video, Asha explained in her memo that in a typical year, Xbox has been losing 64 cents on every dollar that they have put into their studios. The sizes of the studios grew exponentially.
That's not good. That absolutely isn't good.
While the player base and the sales all went down. So she has decided to flatten the whole thing out, taking as many as 14 layers of management. Yes, 14 across.
That's way too much. That at least 10 layers of management too much. Yeah. 10 layers have to go. Just the amount of money you save there is massive. And then, of course, you know, you can have decision making being way faster.
Some of these studios down to 5, maybe even 3, with a big refocus on games that actually bring in players and drive revenue, which, as you can probably guess, has not gone over well with some of the devs. There are organized protests from the Bethesda union members happening this week. There was a memorial in the Bethesda lobby, framed photos, notes, and flowers. I will be honest with you, when I first saw the pictures, I actually thought it was a memorial for devs who had, like, passed away. It wasn't, and then I learned HR made them take it down almost immediately because it was deemed inappropriate for a common area. But it didn't stop there. The Bethesda union took to the one place where they knew that their call to arms would be heard: Blue Sky.
Oh,
where the players are.
Yeah.
Sorry, where the people who post about the players are. The same players Bethesda has ignored for over a decade, asking fans to call Microsoft on their behalf. And the reason that we are supposed to give Microsoft for leaving Bethesda alone and letting them go back to doing who knows what is the concept of Elder Scrolls 6, which probably right now is looking a little something like this.
Oh God, I can't look.
A white skeleton. I guess deep down, we're all white in a way.
Don't say that.
I think I'm gonna be
What the hell is this?
But if you think that is ridiculous, those same union members went to our beloved gaming journalists to make sure we all know that they will not be silent about any of this, saying, "We need to show management right now that we mean business, so they will properly take care of our fellow coworkers and think twice before ever attempting something like this again." And yes.
So this is kind of a threat. I wonder if they can take legal action against that person. Would be funny.
Does kind of sound like the type of threat I would see from a Discord mod before getting banned because of my tone. Now, as a reminder, Microsoft has been losing 64 cents on every dollar. Fallout 76 launched the way Fallout 76 launched. Starfield was not the console seller that they had wanted. It has been
because it's just bad and boring. The thing is, can a game be good and boring? Well, I guess it can be well made and, you know, technically on being run well and stuff like that. Yeah, no. A boring game can never be good. Now it can have boring passages that lead up to awesome things, but these passages should never be too long. You know, just like in Half-Life 2. Yeah. So, yeah, a boring game can never be good, yeah. I mean, for women, yeah, sure.
15 years since the last Elder Scrolls, and because they have now sat on it for so long, their own IP is being handed off to a sister studio because their new mom does not trust them to get the job done anymore. And the demand Bethesda is making
For a good reason. I mean, they haven't gotten their job done in over a decade. Almost 2 decades now. I don't know, a decade.
to management after all of that is to think twice. I don't know. I feel like Bethesda thinks we are really dumb, and I am not just saying this to defend Microsoft, the billion-dollar company, but acting like consequences showing up now for 10 to 15 years of poor management, decision-making, and twiddling your thumbs on your most popular IPs are somehow completely coming out of nowhere is crazy to me. What is funny is I've always thought of Bethesda as just a really slow studio. Yes, Skyrim, like many of their games, launched full of bugs, but it was just such a generational experience that you could look past it, and it is still one of my favorite games of all time. But 15 years in between sequels does not make you a slow company. 15 years in between sequels and 15 years of nobody ever telling you no apparently makes you insanely comfortable. Comfortable enough to be bought for $7.5 billion, largely for the games that you won't make, and then act shocked when you lose one of those IPs that you have sat on for a decade. Comfortable enough that management asking you to do your job is the part you take to the press, and comfortable enough to look at the consequences of your own studio's actions for the past decade and ask the players you have ignored to please go make it stop. It is obvious that Bethesda has just...
They're just a bunch of entitled brats. That's all. Just a bunch of entitled brats that are lazy and don't want to work. They want the titles, that want to have the prestige, they want the money, but they don't actually want to do the work. That's what's going on.
Been sitting pretty, doing whatever it is that they want, but now, as it always does, the bill has come due, and their response to all of this pressure has been very telling, which brings me to another studio under a huge amount of pressure that has taken a much more humble approach. And that would be Pocket Pair, because at the exact same time we have been watching all of this Bethesda news play out, we have been watching Palworld fight and climb right back to the top while spending the last 2 years being sued and harassed by Nintendo and Game Freak the whole way through. So let's talk about what they did. Palworld hit 1.0 on July 10th after 2 years in early access. Back during 2024, they hit 2.1 million concurrent players, the third highest number any game has ever pulled on Steam. And then after 1.0 went live, the count spiked all over again and peaked at almost 860,000 concurrent players,
so
making them one of the 15 biggest launches in the history of the platform. For the second time, at this point, they really are only competing with themselves. But even though those numbers are super
oh yeah, the game is super successful. It's so successful, even I look at the game and think like, maybe I should play that. Maybe I should look over the aesthetics that I don't really like and just play the game. I mean, the game has to be good if so many people play it. Right?
exciting, that is not the part that I love the most, because for over 2 years, Palworld's Steam page had that little warning on it saying that the price may increase at or closer to the official release, which is pretty standard for early access, and Pocket Pair had every excuse in the world to raise it. They had more or less doubled the size of the game. The 1.0 patch notes alone ran 27 pages long. There are 72 new pals, a new world region, a combat overhaul. They have spent the last 2 years working so hard to earn people's trust, and I don't think anyone would have been angry about a $40 Palworld, but instead of raising the price, they discounted it at launch and posted this. After much thought, we have decided not to raise the price of Palworld following the 1.0 release, and we'll keep it at $29.99. We are incredibly proud of how far Palworld has come. Thanks to the amazing support of our players, it has become a success beyond our wildest dreams. John Buckley, their head of publishing, even mentioned that while you don't need to wipe your data because they want to respect the time and effort you put in during early access, you probably should, because so much has changed that you would just have a better time starting fresh, which is exactly...
Number one, yes. Number two, they literally don't need to increase the price because there are only a handful of people working on the game, and they've all become multi-millionaires with this game. All of them. Which is insane. And I'm really happy for them that they made that. I'm really happy. They deserve that. Because they've made something that's just beloved by so many people.
what I ended up doing, and it has already been a much smoother experience than what I remember, but also no more T-posing when I load in, so that's a little sad. So after 40 million players, a lawsuit from the godfather of the industry,
Wait, 40
after becoming one of the...
Oh yeah, 40 million by... it was 29 bucks. We just go with 20. So we double that. That's 80 million. $80 million. Yeah. They never need to work in their entire life again.
The biggest launches on the Steam platform twice over, the takeaway from the Pokemon with Guns people is still nothing but immense gratitude, and we can't believe we get to do this. And I don't think the success and their response to all of this is just because they are nice, even though I'm sure that they are. I think it is because they know that the audience doesn't owe them anything. The industry as a whole doesn't owe them anything. They could have gotten angry about Nintendo and let everyone know prices would be raised in order to combat legal bills, and some people probably would have understood that. Or they could have just stopped working on the game, kept the early access money, and let that be the ending of everything, which happens all the time from studios who never had anything close to this kind of excuse. But instead, they finished it at the same price and then thanked us all for showing up. Not surprisingly, this whole approach has been a huge success, even despite the lawsuit, which, speaking of, Nintendo and Game Freak have pretty much all but lost at this point, with analysts now pointing Nintendo's odds against any current version of Palworld pretty much at zero, and maximum damages of around $30,000, which is obviously chump change for old Ninty. The court technically still hears evidence in October, but they are probably going to lose big. So while Nintendo is out there shaking their fist like the Arthur meme, watching everyone go crazy for the game that they tried to sue out of existence, Palworld is over here printing money, thanking their fans, and having a blast, completely unbothered. So if the past couple of weeks have shown us anything, it is that some studios buckle under pressure and blame everyone else, some ignore it completely, along with their fans, but then some every once in a while thrive in it and find a huge amount of success. And I think that a lot of it comes down to whether they still believe they have to earn their players or they think that they are just entitled to them and their money. Bethesda has had over a decade and a blank check, and when the bill finally showed up, the answer was that there will be a further delay, a press cycle about how hard everything is, and a blue sky post asking players to call Daddy Microsoft and defend them, using the game that they have been sitting on for 15 years as the reason. Come on now, guys. Ubisoft's answer to this pressure was to go back to basics with Black Flag, which has actually seen a lot of success, but you know, they had to Ubisoft it up by selling you a ton of optional microtransactions and a figurehead with a bra on it. Sony's answer to all of their backlash has been to say nothing, while the executives cash out and their customers walk away. And Nintendo's answer to pressure was not to respond with healthy competition, but to go to court over the concept of catching a creature. In all of these examples, none of these companies are really trying to earn our business or our loyalty. They are really not trying to do right by us. They are just so confident that the money is still going to show up because it always has. But it does kind of seem like times are changing, and at the same time, some are starting to wake up and change their ways. Xbox is at least trying to course correct and make up for years of bad decisions, but
they just see the numbers and go, holy cow, we need to make money. We need to make money or we're going under. Well, the Xbox division, that is.
With all of this, with how the AAA industry has been acting for so long, we've got to remember, none of these studios are owed our money or our decades-long patience just because they used to make games that we loved. We are well past that. Even Rockstar, with their solid track record, is not owed an $80 or $100 pre-order, especially when they have shown zero gameplay and refuse to give players who want one a physical copy. I mean, it'll be almost a decade since Red Dead 2. How do you think that their studio and the people who work there have changed in the last 8 years? Something to think about. And it's not like I'm asking for any of these studios to be perfect or to never have a miss or to just hand us everything for free. I just want them to value us, their customers, the people who pay for their products.
It's not wanting anything for free. I mean, we're paying for this stuff. So just give us what we are paying for. Stop being arrogant pricks. Well, I know they are. The developers cannot be because they just are. But the thing is that everything going digital does not come from these companies. That comes from BlackRock and other, big investment companies. Well, a lot of investment companies are also, owned by BlackRock. Yeah. So yeah, they're all the same. They just want the most money out of you as they can get. Because they see you as their slaves. That's what's going on. They don't see you as humans. You're just cattle to them. Keep that in mind.
And to hold themselves to a standard that doesn't allow for a 15-year gap on a game, blowing millions of dollars and asking us to go call their parents on their behalf. And Palworld is a great example, a indie studio that has spent the last 2 years battling it out for the right for their game to even exist, let alone even earning a player base. They could have charged more and chose not to. They could have gotten bitter and blamed everyone but themselves, but instead, they are just unbelievably grateful for their customers, for the position that they're in, and that respect and gratitude is absolutely paying off. All right, if you made it to the end of this video, but thank you so much for being here. Have you tried out Palworld 1.0? If so, what are all your thoughts?
Not
Let
yet.
me know in the comments below. It has been so much fun starting a fresh account. As you can probably tell, I needed to talk about it with someone who isn't bound by
That looks actually good.
marriage to listen. Thanks again for being here, and I'll see you in the next one.
Good video. Good video. I mean, like always, I think I've never seen a video of her that wasn't good. Yeah. I completely think that Bethesda and all the studios that made games that are owned by Microsoft and... no, let's go wider. All studios that made games that no one wanted to play them, and they lost money, deserve to have layoffs. They deserve to go under. I absolutely think that. Because, I mean, what else would you think? Oh, just keep them around, these people around that make these failures? No. Frick them. They don't deserve anything. What they deserve is a smack in the neck for being stupid. That's what they deserve. And with that, we are at the end of this video. If you liked it, give it a like. If you want to see more, subscribe. And let me know in the comments. Do these people deserve to get laid off? I think yes. Yes, very much. Very much so. Bye-bye. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Oh boy, I think I have to... Why I'm so hot? I mean, except of, you know, I'm being that good looking. I'm not. Man, I miss the times when I was a bodybuilder. Things were so good, with the exception of the pain in my shoulders. And the pain in my knee. But man, it was so good. But damn, the pain. The pain. There's pain, always pain. Pain everywhere. So, how about we go with another Kira video? So, Caspian is back. And so is Illyria. For the ones who don't know, this is a massive scam situation, and the guy is back, wanting more money, scamming more people. Let's see how this is going. Let's see. Scams are always fun.
Okay, what's up, friendos? Didn't think we'd be back here today or anytime soon. I was made aware that Caspian is still talking to people about the Chronicles of Illyria, the chronic lies and delusions of everybody who still believes this thing's going to happen. But let's just dive into it, I guess.
If you still think that this game is going to happen after so many years, I think it's a decade by now, or almost, You're so stupid. You deserve to be hurt by this. You deserve that. Absolutely. Stop being stupid. Just stop.
Good morning. So this is from 7/7. So this is earlier this month. Good morning, everyone. A few people have messaged or commented to ask whether I was going to allow you to create multiple characters in the future. You might think, naively so, that Caspian right now is talking about the MMO that everyone gave him millions.
Yes. Yes. Yes, it was an MMO, I remember. Oh, it's so stupid. But those typical Kickstarter MMOs that never come out.
Millions of dollars to create. That is not what he's talking about. Because while we all thought, oh, he's just not saying anything and nothing's happening, he's been hard at work developing, drum roll, he's been developing Illyria Mod. If you don't know what Illyria Mod is, Mod being multi-user dungeon.
Oh no.
He's creating, he's basically took us back in time 30 years. And instead of delivering the MMO, he's delivering Illyria Mod, which is one of, if you didn't follow the Chronicles, project, I guess we can call it project, for the entire duration, there was like 8 different games this guy was making.
8? I knew of the MMO, then there was a city builder thing, and now the new mod thing. I knew about that, but how many? 8? I'm flabbergasted. What the hell is this? This is even worse than I thought.
We don't have any of them, but there was like Vox Illyria, Illyria Mod, Kingdoms of Illyria, Continents of Illyria Chronicles. Like there's all these things. None of them materialize to anything. I think you might actually be able to play the mod right now. So there's basically a bunch of people LARPing in the Discord and playing this. Let's get in proper attire, right? If we're going to talk about LARPing with Caspian in Discord and playing a mod, let's do the business. Hopefully everyone else is tucked comfortably in their gym jams. This is a terrible idea. It's so hot, bro. What am I doing? If I have heat stroke recording this video, somebody help me. So yeah, hopefully we're all in our comfy gym jams. I'm in my 30s. I'm not even early 30s. In fact, you can create multiple characters now. If you disconnect by closing your client, you enter a state called link dead, where the server knows you disconnected or are unresponsive, but it doesn't know why. When you're in the link dead state and reconnect within 5 minutes, it assumes you were unintentionally disconnected and will automatically reconnect you to your link dead character. So you can now, on Illyria Mod, have multiple characters not by him enabling the feature, just by virtue of how it works. Nemo's very confused about what's going on as well. You can see a tiny little face in the background. No, don't lick my finger. I don't know what level of support you've got to be to get in there and really take advantage of everything the Illyria Mod has to offer, but obviously this is now crazy. What he's doing. He stopped communicating with the outside world. He's completely radio silent. And he just posts in the walled garden of the Discord server.
Because that is how you get stuff done, right? That is how you get input from people from outside that maybe have good ideas. Yeah, that's totally how you do it.
About the multi-user dungeon that he's making, how this furthers the goal of creating Chronicles of Illyria or even Kingdoms of Illyria, which seems to have all but been abandoned. Obviously, he was doing like really long-winded topics about here's the roadmap, and we're going to have these 10 pointed things that I've explained in clear detail, and we've done some of this one, and we're 10 months late on this one and 4 years late on this one. But don't worry, Kingdoms of Illyria will eventually be ready, and we'll sell it, and then the sales of that will mean I can hire people and we can continue the studio and we can make the MMO.
Then why wouldn't you just focus on that game? Why would you focus on that game? There's literally zero reason to believe anything that guy says.
That apparently now doesn't exist because he's just moved on to doing something else. And I
Of
don't
course.
know.
As you do as a, trustworthy game developer, you just abandon one project and go to the next one.
I don't know if anyone calls him on this stuff. Like, why are you not doing that anymore? Why are you focusing on the mud now? Like, why are you doing a little bit of column A, column B, column C, column D of all these different video games instead of just sticking to one thing that you promised you were going to do? Not stuck to one of them yet. So there's just a bunch of stuff in here of him talking about Illyria mud. But then this is the post that I talked about in the last video that I couldn't remember where it was, and it's because somebody sent it me from the special access Discord section of the the Jim Jam wearers, and I'll just give you a refresher. But this is when he's talking about like what he's doing at the studio. I don't think the mud's mentioned in here. It is. Looking ahead, my work for the license will wrap up by the end of Q1 2026. Lol, Limfao. We're coming to the end of July, and he's talking about the licensing's going to wrap up at the end of Q1 2026. The licensing for what?
Yeah, good
Where
question.
is it? And this is where obviously the memes come from, where he's saying at that point, with a more robust Soulborn engine, new experience, and a stronger foundation in web and mobile. By the way, this is hilarious, saying you've got a stronger foundation in web and mobile, when if I check right now, the website has got to still be down, right? It's got to be down.
Was that case where the website didn't work and was down for under construction for 2 years already? Is that case?
Because if he's got the website,
I'm asking because there are so many cases that are similar to this, where a developer just doesn't do anything, and that's fundamentally it. He doesn't do anything and makes excuses, and nothing is coming out of it. The usual.
Back up, I'll eat my onesie that I'm wearing right now. I'm suffering from.
To be fair, this doesn't look bad, right? It doesn't look great for today's standard, but it doesn't look bad.
Heat and success. If we go to news here, no, ongoing site. It's been,
yeah, of course.
It'll be 2 years soon by the time he's gotten this website back up and running. So he's very experienced in web, strong foundation. He'll be able to get his first fucking MySpace page or his Angel Fire up at some point. Just give him a couple more years. I'll be able to focus full time again on Illyria, starting with Illyria. So I guess he did announce to people 7 months ago that he would be working on Illyria mud. So fair enough, I'll give him that. But I will just say, one of the things you can't see, because the videos are not up on my channel at the moment, I promise I'll get around to re-releasing them. But that's really the only archive of Caspian's promises at this stage, because he removed them all from the website. You can't see them.
Of course.
But there was like 6 months of blog posts.
That's what you do when you are trustworthy, right? You delete all your promises that you made. Everything that you said about what you want to do, you just delete that all. That's what you do when you are, trustworthy.
With roadmaps and like point by point detailing of what he was going to do with Kingdoms of Illyria during the initial stages of the lawsuit that people filed against him, that he was working on, allegedly, that he stopped working on to go work on Illyria mud, but then he's apparently going to move back to Kingdoms of Illyria. But that's not all. The most exciting news is for last. There's talks to a third-party studio about licensing the Illyria IP to develop their own game set in the Kingdom of Illyria. Fuck me. Hey, Caspian, I had a few questions I wanted to ask overall for the roadmap, I guess you could say. Could we expect a roadmap to be made or done so we can see what we should be expecting?
Yeah, that won't happen. That won't happen. Why are you even asking? Of course it will never happen. Oh no. Oh no. And that's what's going to happen, but now we're gonna hear the excuses why it will not happen.
Overall for the mod and for Chronicles of Illyria, the website and everything. Don't need to be a timeline, just what to expect over time. If you followed any of this guy's roadmaps, don't know why you'd bother asking, because he's never stuck to any of them. He's now working on a different version of a game compared to the other different version of a game he was working on before that he gave you the roadmap for, compared to the MMO that he gave you a roadmap for that never got made. Like, roadmap for what, mate? When we get to a place where we can expect more people work on the project again, will we be able to get people from old staff? It's been like 6 years,
Old
bro.
staff?
I quite enjoyed the old staff and was wondering if they would be willing to come back to the project if we would be obtaining new people. I've got a good idea. Let's go and rehire the people that spent all those years making the MMO and didn't make it.
Yeah.
Let's bring those back so we can get the team back together. It's like Caspian's going to get the...
It's like, I mean, he can hire all the people that were laid off at Bethesda, and they would have the same result, nothing would get made. Because, that's the kind of people that got fired. I mean, he can do that.
Van, pull it around back of Walmart and get the whole fucking band back together. For cash flow, for helping out the project, what direction are we going with this? I don't think I've got enough Jim Jams on.
Yeah.
I'm Jim Jamless. Even if it was voluntary or anything, I'm sure some money for the project would help speed things up. If you guys give him more money, bro, what the fuck are we doing? This is C and B. This is C and BT. This is cock and ball torture. What are we doing? You're like pay pigs, bro. You just want to be abused. I'm sure.
Yes, it's like I said in the beginning. If you give this guy money, if you're still, oh yeah, this is good, he's going to make it. You deserve everything bad that's coming for you, everything. All the disappointment, all the money lost, and all of that. You deserve that because you're stupid. You're just stupid.
The lawsuits and everything that came with it were quite expensive and resulting in you to put your time in other places because of it instead of it being full-time developer. Overall, I'd love to hear what you have to say. Might have been a bummer hero, but the dream has always been there and I'll always be following the project quite closely. Nexon bought Ubisoft.
Oh no.
No, they didn't. What are we talking about here?
Yes, they didn't. That's correct.
Maybe Soulbound Studios could go the same way and we'd be having Titans from AOT in Chronicles of Valeria 2.
What? How? What? That's so stupid.
What am I watching? Good morning. Yes, I think a roadmap is reasonable. I've posted some of the last year. I've posted some of the last couple of years. Discord isn't a great way to preserve information. You know what was? It was your website. You know, the one you took offline that you were going to have fixed within the next month and it's not been on for almost 2 years.
Yeah.
That one. That had your roadmap on it. You preserved it. It was completely preserved until you unpreserved it. Discord is in a great way. Yeah, I was planning to post something more visible and accessible on the forums once the website is back online. Oh, God. What information / granularity are you interested in on the roadmap? Are you mostly looking for the planned order of releases? Look, Illyria Mud, Kingdoms of Illyria, Early Access. I assume that means Early Access. And Chronicles of Illyria. Are you looking for more specific details about the deployment releases of Illyria Mud and when features are planned to be added? Let me know. As for the question of past employees and cash flow, that seems like something less interesting to those with Early Access and more interested with exclusive access. He's got tiers within tiers of Jim Jam sections in the Discord.
Of course.
I don't.
Would we expect anything else at this point? No, of course not. Why would we?
I have enough Jim Jam. I need to go and get my other Transformers onesie and put it on over this. Next. In response to your question about past employees, after March 2020 and the lawsuits, I distanced myself from the previous staff so they wouldn't be roped into the drama and dragged along. It was my cross to bear and mine alone. So I've only spoken to about 30% of the former employees since layoffs. That said, I'm still really good friends with the 30% I do interact with. I'd say that for most of them, they'd come work for me again if I asked and was in a position to offer a stable job. Spoiler, he never will be, luckily. There's probably another 20-30% I've not spoken to in the last 6 years that would enjoy the opportunity to come back and work in Illyria again. While I made mistakes, I'm a better leader, a better human being now than I was then, and I think they enjoyed working for Soulbound enough that they could be convinced to return. How would you be a better leader from working on your own for the last 6 years? Leading what? How would you be a better leader when you've not held yourself accountable or responsible for anything that you've said?
Yeah.
Here's a roadmap for this thing. Didn't hit the points on the roadmap. Didn't release the things. None of the stuff you said happened. Okay, Instead of addressing that, instead of publicly talking about it, even though you publicly made those promises, just move on privately this time. Oh, I'll put the website back up in a month. 2 years later. How are you a good leader now? How has anything changed? Then there's the final 40 to 50% that probably can't or wouldn't return. Maybe if I'd been able to rehire them 1, 2, or even 3 years after layoffs, but not 6. I'm sure, in spite of my reasons for distancing myself from them, that the length of time is simply too long and they're in different places in their lives and career now, which is completely understandable.
Yeah,
and there's
good for
one
them.
employee I'd never rehire. Frankly, I've thought about contacting his future employers to let them know exactly how toxic, destructive, and dangerous he is, but that's not in my nature. Now, I'll just
Absolutely
say it
not.
on a Discord server to stir fucking drama.
Of
Not
course,
in my
yeah.
nature, but let me talk about it. As for question of cash flow, believe me, nobody wants income more than me right now. I've been without income for the last 6 years and things are very tight.
Wait, what? I have been without income for the last 6 years and things are very tight. Wait, then get a job. Now I can guess that you can't get a job in the gaming industry because if you show them what you did in the past decade, they go, no. Yeah.
It's hard to feel bad for somebody who can be without income for 6 years and still be alive.
Yeah.
And still have a house and still be working on their little passion projects and posting in Discord about it and not posting in Discord about when you're out of work and whatever, because that's a thing he used to do on Discord. I don't know if it's just me coming from like a working class background and like never really having an abundance of money, but like, how are you going to elicit sympathy from people if you've been without work for 6 years, fighting multiple legal battles, and you're still just fine? Like,
Yeah, he has to be loaded with cash. He has to be loaded. There's no other chance how this is possible. And time, Mr. Viewer.
I don't know, bro. That I can't really get my sympathy violin out for that one. The plan at the moment is to get a Lyrium mod or a variation of it to the point of being monetizable, worth paying for, lol, lamau, limfau, ruffle. That could be the mod itself with a model similar to the mods on play.net, or it could be something more accessible like a mobile web front end like Fallen London or Torn. So we've really gone full circle here. People funded this man to make a next generation top of the line MMORPG 12 years ago. But now he's going to make a mod based on the IP of that thing and try to make money from that. So we've gone back 30 years, even though we got millions in funding, and here we are. In addition to a Lyrium mod, I will eventually receive revenue from the Soulbound licensed game. It's a mobile web MMO that will hopefully generate a small amount of additional revenue for Soulbound.
Sure.
I need to know who this is. I've got to know. It can't be that. There's a game called Soulbound Online. It can't be that, right? It cannot be. Because that's like a crypto NFT, like...
Why would you expect it's not that? Exactly for that reasons. It's crypto NFT. Of course he means that. Of course he means that. What else would he mean? Something that's not stupid trash? Of course not.
Mental derangement syndrome game. So it can't be that, right? Because that's called Soulbound Online. And he called it Soulbound. It's Soulbound Studios, but it's a Soulborn engine. I've got to know, guys. I bought and downloaded that Soulbound Online, but it seems like a crypto scam. So I refunded it almost immediately because the server told me, despite there only being like 700 people online, it said I'd over an hour in queue. So I think it was trying to like prevent me from being able to get a refund. Yeah. So I just preemptively did it because it looks like ass anyway. And I'm fairly sure the person running that is like some crypto scammer. So maybe a video for the future if you're interested in that one, because that's a thing. But I have to know who has paid money to use his engine for a game for like 7 games he's never released.
Yeah.
Finally, there's the possibility of a TTRPG system for.
It's not like back in the day, when Epic Games, back then Epic Mega Games, released Unreal, the very first Unreal game with the engine. That game was visually so stunning that other studios went, hey, can we use that engine? And then they made a lot of money that way. That's how you do that. Not I created an engine. Here are all the games. None of them is released. Yeah, and why would anyone want that engine? Why? This kind of the same goes with the engine from Bethesda. No one would touch that thing because you just look at the games they make with that engine and you just know.
Larry, which will bring in some additional cash. He will literally do anything apart from get a job. He'll do anything but release the actual game. It's a TTRPG. They're selling mugs. He's putting the first man on Mars. Like, he's doing everything other than giving the game people paid for. The goal is for each step of development to fund the next step, growing organically as resources allow. I've been hearing this now for 5 years with Kingdoms of Valeria, and we're still here. I've considered beginning the monthly live streams again. Oh, please.
Oh, God.
Please.
That would be good.
The content drought of Chronicles of Valeria, it's too much for me.
So good.
I'm dying of dehydration here. As for making sure people know what I'm working on, my goal this time around has been about showing rather than telling. Meanwhile, he tells. I'm hopeful that 1 to 2 releases a week will give people a good sense of the rate of progress. So there we go. That's Chronicles of Valeria, that's Caspian, and the next game he's working on. Show. I'm sure this one will release. I'm sure this one will be everything everyone wanted.
Of course.
All the people on Kickstarter. By the way,
just like all the other games that were exactly what everyone wanted, and he never released them.
Imagine this, right? He's posting this in like walled garden, Jim Jam wearer approved only sections of the Discord server, where you can only gain access if you spent the most amount of Jim Jam good boy points on the Kickstarter. But the people who spent some money, they do not get any of these updates. Without me, you don't get anything. You don't even get to see what's going on. You don't get to see what he's doing with whichever version of the game he's working on currently, because he doesn't post on the venues that people would actually check. He doesn't post on the Kickstarter. He hasn't posted on in years. He moved away from posting updates on the Kickstarter to posting them on his website. Stopped posting on the website, started posting them on the forums, started posting on the forums in a locked section that you had to have a certain level of access to.
Of course.
Stopped posting there because he took them down to go and post on the Discord, was posting publicly on the Discord, then put the Jim Jam wearer section in, and the super duper mega comfy Jim Jam section where he posts mostly. Like, what do you mean showing rather than telling? Just tell everyone. If this is something you can say to people, why can't all the people who gave you money see this?
Exactly.
Like, what's the big deal? Other than not being a good enough leader to be held accountable for the things that you're saying and doing. Because again, why is nobody asking you these questions in this section? Why is nobody saying to you, Caspian, you put out a roadmap for Kingdoms of Valeria. You did not hit every point on that roadmap, and that was 6 years ago. Why are you working on a different game now? With the idea you're going to go back to that game. Did you never get taught the lesson of finish a thing when you start it? And then start something new. Why are you just doing 7 different video games at a time? But there we go. That's the Caspian.
Because he's an idiot. He's an idiot. Or just a scammer. He just tries to keep people, I don't know. Or even worse, he's incompetent. He runs into problems with the games that he can't fix, and then he abandons them. That might also be a valid reason. Well, not a valid reason. It's a reason that he stops.
An update. I don't think there'll be another one for a while. Obviously, the last one I said there would be probably not one ever again. But then somebody reminded me that he is, in fact, still active. Just not anywhere where you can see him if you're a normal person wearing a onesie in like 20-something degree heat with no air conditioning. I'm going to go take this off now. Hopefully...
He must be British.
you enjoyed the video, check the links in the video description. Game subs, if you want to support my content, go use my code. They probably even sell gym jams. You can buy some Game Subs gym jams and support my content, and then you can wear them alongside me the next time we talk about one of these MMORPGs, or you know what was sold as an MMORPG. Either way, thanks. And yeah, Patreon if you want to support the content further. Discord, you want to suggest what I should cover next on the channel, and I'll see you next time. Stay safe. We're out.
Yeah, basically the same goes for this video. Yeah, so another scammer that's scamming people for about a decade and nothing. It's people still believe that guy. I can't believe that I can't believe that there are people that are stupid enough to still support that. Because I know people, I know how stupid people are. I mean, I'm on the internet, you know, all the time. I see the stupid people all the time. So yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, people are so stupid. Dear viewer, are you stupid? Let me know in the comments. Are you stupid or not? Would you fall for something like that for a decade in a row? I hope not. I really hope not. And with that, we are at the end of this video. If you liked it, give it a like. If you want to see more, subscribe. And see you next time. Bye bye. Oh boy. No. No, and as you aren't this stupid. I hope so. I hope so. Okay, I have to quickly, I don't know, close the blends because I'm getting a migraine. That's not good. Give me a second. Oh boy. Man, not good. So, yesterday, right? The air was smelling kind of weird, right? In my part of town. So, turns out, there has been a forest fire in my town. And there are actually a lot of forest fires going on right now in Germany. So that also explains why the sky looked so brownish, you know. I thought it was just okay, yeah. Sand from the Sahara Desert is in the air. That's why no, it's smoke from the forest fires. Well, and that's basically. We didn't have this many forest fires in decades. Basically since the 90s. Crazy how all of a sudden everywhere we have forest fires. Didn't have any in decades, but all of a sudden, yeah. Everywhere. I wonder why that is. And no, it's not the heat, no. It was very warmer in the 2010s and 2000s, and we didn't have this problem. We didn't have this problem. So, my conspiracy theory is that, you know, the forests burn on purpose. Someone is burning them. So they can say, oh look, global warming. And yes, I absolutely believe that. Also, you remember the forest fires in Los Angeles a couple years ago? They literally, I have seen satellite video. 3 fires literally started at the same time. How is that possible? I mean, it is possible, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Why would that be the case? That's way too big to be a coincidence, right? Right? I hope I don't get in trouble for having the World of Warcraft soundtrack running, because man, it's crazy. It's crazy what's going on. I literally have, you know, not copyright strikes, but, you know, warnings, you know, because music that people claim is theirs. Not the automation says, oh yeah, that's music from there, but it's not. It's not. It's just it's soundtrack from game. Man, I hate the music industry so much. I can't even tell you how much I hate the music industry. I wish that shit would just collapse, but it won't. Sadly. So, I have a plan. I have a plan. Give me a second. So, how loud is the music? Music should be fine-ish. Okay. So, we are doing something. After visiting Europe, American suburbia feels completely wrong. Yes, and there's a reason to that. Actually, several. Let's watch this. Come on, let me go 1080p. Oh, of course we have to load, of course.
So in one of the last videos that I did about infrastructure, I pointed out how here in the United States, you don't really see other people walking around. Sometimes you'll see somebody walking their dog or something like that, but there's nowhere to walk. Meanwhile, in the Netherlands, as soon as the sun pops up, there's people walking around, going to terraces, sitting by cafes, enjoying themselves, drinking coffee, no rush, just living in the moment. And then when we got back to the United States, one of the first things that we noticed actually was like we're sitting on the bus or the train, one of the two, I can't remember, and we're looking around and nobody has a smile on their face. Everybody kind of just is in their own isolated little bubble. Well, I immediately noticed there's no more smiles. We're back in America and people aren't just smiling for no reason anymore. Everybody looks sad.
Yes, that's because of the degradation of society. It's literally simple. It's a degradation of society. People are unhappy. That's literally it. And of course, everyone is on their phone. Of course, there's no reason to smile. If you surround yourself with literally bad news all the time, then what is there to smile about?
So basically, I wanted to do this video because of the fact that it's not that we just want to be sad people and we hate people here in America. We don't hate people. We want the same things that you guys want. The World Cup showed everybody that when Europeans came over here and brought the community. It's not necessarily that we want to be antisocial people at all. That's not the case. It's just our towns and cities are legally engineered to keep us isolated. And I'm going to show you exactly.
Yes, exactly. And that's the problem. That's the problem. For example, my grocery store where I go all the time takes me at maximum 10 minutes when I'm really slow to get there. Maximum. By foot. Just by foot. Everything that I need, I can get by foot within 10 minutes around me. Everything. And that's basically the norm in Europe. Unless you live in a village, you know. But yeah, in towns that's normal. It's absolutely normal. There are stores everywhere. And I don't mean, oh yeah, there's a Tesco everywhere. No, or Costco. No, I mean small stores that sell you stuff. I can walk 5 minutes down the road here, and I can go to the a bicycle store, get me a bicycle or parts for bicycles or whatever, or have my bicycle repaired. Things like that exist everywhere in Germany. And that's also how America was in the past, before, you know, the car companies went to the politicians and said, hey, we need to sell more cars. How about we put the cities apart? This is only for living, this is where people work and shop. That's a problem. That you need a car to get everywhere. That you can't just, you know, take your kids and walk to the next ice cafe and you know, eat ice cream with them. Here, that's not a problem. There are literally how many are there? 1, 2, 3 ice cafes just 5-ish minutes away from here. That's why people here are more happy. They just have more nice things around them, which is also a thing of architecture. Now, don't get me wrong, modern architecture here is just as ugly as in America, because it's the same everywhere in the world. It's just ugly, with no culture, no heart, no love, no history of the country and being part of the architecture. That's a problem. And in America, you see that too. Old buildings in America, beautiful. Modern buildings, just as ugly as in Germany. Just as ugly. And that's the thing. That's why you don't have community. Also, the degradation of society by the degradation of family. Because, oh, guess what? Family is the base of every civilization ever in history. Ever. You can't have a great civilization without the inclusive family. You know, father, mother, and the children. And then, you know, the extended family, the grandparents, the uncles, the cousins, the great-grandparents. That's family. Family is not, oh yeah, you have one adult, aka a woman, and her children. That's not family. That's a broken family. That's why the term broken family exists. Because a family that's not broken is the father, the mother, and the children. That's a family. Everything else is a broken family. And broken families become more and more common, which leads to a lot of societal problems like crime, low education, mental illness, drug addiction. You see that everywhere. Everywhere in the world. That's not a thing of, oh yeah, in America. That's everywhere. Yeah, sorry, what's the title of the stream? Tits are nice, and maybe we do some gaming. We aren't at that part yet. And welcome, Jesse. So yeah, that's a problem in America. Everything is so far away that people have no connection to each other. No, don't be shy, say it out loud. What do you mean? Yeah, tits are nice. Everyone loves tits. Tits are beautiful. And now tits are part of this video.
Exactly why. So if Americans don't want to be isolated, they don't want to basically not have walkable cities, and they don't want the community and all this kind of stuff, and it's by design, then what am I talking about? Well, there's a thing called Euclidean zoning. In the 1920s, the US Supreme Court ruled that cities have the right to split land into strict single-use zones called Euclidean zoning, a system named after the town of Euclid, Ohio. It is literally illegal in most residential neighborhoods to build anything other than a single-family house. Want to open a quiet neighborhood bakery on the corner? Nope, that's illegal. You want a tiny, cozy coffee shop at the end of the street? Nope, that's illegal.
And in Germany and in Europe in general, that's completely normal. That's the norm. That's the absolute norm here. You have that everywhere. Now it has shrunk because of, you know, big companies taking over, but it's still there. It's still there. Now you don't have tiny grocery shops anymore, you know, where literally the store's owned by just a couple, you know, literally a married couple, and they run it. That fundamentally almost doesn't exist anymore. At least not that it's run by Germans. By migrants, yes, you have that plentiful. But they are specialized. Kind of specialized of, you know, having products from not in Germany. Or even Europe. That does exist. But yeah, that's a fundamental problem in America.
Oh, you want a small pub? No, that's illegal. So basically, because of this Euclidean zoning and everything being zoned for business, commercial, residential, etc., it's almost illegal to live close by anything that you want to do or like the people that you want to see, unless you live in a...
And that's on purpose, so people have to buy cars. Imagine you would work 5 minutes away from home and the grocery store is 5 minutes from home. Why would you need a car? And that's why the zoning exists.
In a clearly more walkable city like New York City, there are exceptions like big cities like that. Now, if you take a look at Europe, their zoning is based on mixed use. So a neighborhood might have like a mostly residential type area, but like a corner coffee shop is completely welcome. You live with your community.
Exactly. And you can even have, I mean, my part of town, this is not a major hub for, oh yeah, there's a lot of industry here. I mean, there's literally none in my part of town. But if I go down the road, there's car shops. There's one car shop. There's other, you know, businesses, and that's normal. There's a cemetery gardening company right there. There's stores everywhere. Grocery stores for whatever else. That's completely normal. If you walk down the main road here, you have still old buildings and even new buildings where you have the ground level. They have stores in them, and then above that there's residential. That's how it was built everywhere in Europe and even in America. At least in the big cities. That's literally what you see in New York. You have still the same. You have, you know, a store in, you know, in the ground level, and then above that you have residential apartments. All apartments are residential. I'm aware. So yeah, that was the norm. The new zoning is completely only to sell cars. Which has a destructive a side effect is the destruction of, you know, society. Oh, who could have guessed?
Not miles away from it. And because everything is so dense, you naturally bump into people and create a sense of community, because a lot of buildings have like shops in the bottom and apartments in the top. So
exactly what I was talking about. Do you see this? These are all shops. All down here are shops. This is residential. Everything on top is residential. That also was the norm in America in the towns. And then it changed. If America would go back to this, Oh my god. Everything would get better. Immediately. Immediately. And I absolutely believe that. Absolutely, 100%. And look at the architecture. You can tell these buildings are old. All these buildings are 100 years old. And this looks nice, right? At least to me. This looks nice. It's clean. And this is at night. During the day, there are a bunch of people here. Because, you know, people live there, people go shopping, eating. I guess this is a place to eat. Oh, yes, the Dutch. Yes, this most likely Dutch, yes. It kind of looks like it. But to be fair, Germany looks just like that. Or France, or basically all the towns in East Europe. Because that's just European. This is literally part of European history. And American, because, you know, guess what? American history is kind of a European history. Who could have guessed? But yeah, this looks way better than the suburbs. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like, you know, one family homes. We have them plenty here. Up there on the road, actually very interesting. It's a tiny road. On one side of the road, you have very small apartment buildings that were built for workers, and on the other side of the road, you have little city villas that were built for the owners of the companies. Now, where in America do you have that? Nowhere. And with city villas, I literally mean these are villas, just in a city. Now in America, you might call them just houses, but nah, they're too luxurious. Way too. They're so nice, and they're old. Almost all of them are old. Even if you renovate them, they're still old. The core of the buildings is old. That's why they're so good.
You're kind of like right there with everything. Meanwhile, in America, because of all this zoning and everything, being so far away, you're forced to get in your vehicle and drive everywhere. And then they want to waste all the space with parking lots.
Yep.
In the United States, most businesses by law are required to build a mass amount of parking spaces, and it's all based on how big the business is.
Yeah.
This is why
That's
when
stupid.
you go to a store in the United States, the building is surrounded by a hot sea of miserable asphalt 3 times bigger than the building itself. Meanwhile,
Which is stupid. In Europe, we of course also have parking lots, but they are way smaller, and in cities we have parking garages. You know, several story buildings where you park your car in. And I think that's where he's going right now.
in the Netherlands and across most of Europe, I would assume, the shops and everything are basically nestled right next to each other on a nice pedestrian-friendly street.
Exactly.
Without all the vehicles whipping by, honking, making a bunch of noise. You can hear people chattering, you know, having conversations 3 blocks up the street. It's nice. It's safe.
Look at this church. Well, is that still a church, or is it already a cathedral? Man, that thing must be almost 1,000 years old. What is 1,000 years old? Something like that. These buildings here might actually be younger. I say that because of the stones. These look way younger than these. Way, way younger. And look, trees everywhere. Which is also something that's really, really nice. In Europe, you have literally trees in the city giving shadow and just looking nice. You can sit under them, have a talk on on a bench or eating ice cream there, you know, stuff like that. That's just nice. That's literally just being alive. Just living life, which you aren't allowed in America anymore. I remember a body cam video where a dude got arrested after closing his store. No, not his store. He's working at the store, he closed it, and then he got arrested while waiting for a ride. Great. Great.
Friendly. And I think it's part of the reason why you see a lot of kids in Europe going about doing their thing. And people talk about, you know, American kids being too supervised, overprotected. And I think a lot of it really does come down to the infrastructure as well, because we don't have safe pedestrian cities. We have people driving around like maniacs. We don't have cars being routed outside of the cities or anything like that. So people here are naturally more afraid to let their kids just wander around. Meanwhile, in Europe, you have kids 5 years old, 6 years old, walking down to the neighborhood candy store.
Yes, that's absolutely normal. Yeah. That's literally how I grew up. I was literally walking to the next kiosk when I was, I don't know, 6 years old. I don't remember alone or not alone with, you know, friends. I don't remember that. But I remember doing it all the time. That's absolutely not a problem. I remember when I was around 8 years old, I was driving with the bus to the inner city of, you know, where all the stores are for toys, and just went there and bought me something new to play alone. A 20-minute bus ride alone at 8 years. Now, to be fair, in this day and age, I kind of wouldn't want that for my kids because of all the dangerous people. And I can't say more. I don't want to get arrested. Especially if you have a daughter, you don't want that. But yeah. That's just normal. I mean, you have to let your kids go out alone and just do their thing. You know, play with their friends and stuff like that. Because that forms character. That how are you supposed to find your way around in life if you never were allowed to find your way around in life? It's very simple. I mean, I was out playing with my friends, literally in areas where my mother said don't go there, and that then goes for all the kids. Our parents said don't go into the park, don't go there. They are all the alcoholics, all the bums, and we still went there. We still went there. Yeah. And the thing is, there were dangerous situations, a lot of dangerous situations. Well, not for me, but in general. For example, my sister literally drove, one time drove from her father's place to our mother's place with a bicycle when she was about 8 years old. And she drove by an area where a lot of assaults on women happened. So yeah, that's not good. Not good. So yeah. But in general, yeah, children need to be outside alone with their friends. Because that forms character. And it gives them security in, you know, who they are and in their capabilities and stuff like that. Can that be dangerous? Of course it can be. Everything in life can be dangerous. Everything.
Or going up to sit by the canal, or just, you know, walking to school by themselves or whatever, because they could just do that. So it just invites more of a open, friendly, community type atmosphere.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, children in America under 16 before they get their driver's license are effectively on like house arrest or something, basically, because it's like There's nowhere to go if you don't live in town, if you're not living in a walkable city. And then, you know, the only way to get somewhere is to beg your parents to drive you somewhere 20 minutes away, usually in a car. And, you know, it's like this whole thing. So basically, we've engineered a society where you can't take part in society unless you own a 4,000-pound metal box.
Yeah, in Germany, for example, teenagers, you know, under 16, they can just ride the bikes to the next cinema, or they walk, or they take the bus, and no one bats an eye because that's just normal. That's just normal life here. So for someone like me, I can totally not understand why Americans put up with that. Why? That's a horrible way to live. Always having to drive, always. I think that's bad. I think that's really bad. And it's not like I mean, back in the day, I mean, you know, kids had bicycles and they could ride bicycles because there weren't that many cars, but now there are cars everywhere. So riding a bicycle in America is, by the way, riding a bicycle in America, I think is way more dangerous than in Europe. Way more dangerous. Because there are no bike lanes, basically no bike lanes. And a lot of times bike lanes are literally, you know, attached to roads, which you don't have all the time in Germany. There are literally bike lanes here that are far off the road, side by side by walkways. That is normal here, completely normal. We literally build ways only for bicycles and people on foot. Because people like to be like that, you know. They like to be on foot. They like to ride bicycles. Which is healthy, which also means that's the reason why we are healthier than Americans. AKA we are less fat.
There's a thing that the sociologists call the third place. So basically what that is like your first place is where you live.
Your home.
Your second place is where you work. And then, of course, your third place is where you go to get away from your home and your work and just kind of unwind, relax, engage with community, public, other people. And, you know, kind of think about like pubs, parks, cafes, you know, places like that. In the Netherlands and across Europe, third places are basically woven into the fabric of daily lives. It's just a natural thing. All the communities are intermingled, and you have houses, you have public shops, you have cafes all together. You can just walk out of your house, go down the street. Within a minute or two, you're basically at a local spot. There's a nice terrace, there's a place to sit, there's maybe a bench by a canal. There's public places readily available everywhere, right in your daily life.
Yes.
Meanwhile, in America, you got to make plans. You got to, in your car, you got to drive like 20 minutes. You got to find a spot to park in a hot parking lot.
Yeah.
Just to go inside of a building where they just rush you out the door the second you're done with business. Like they don't want you hanging out there. Because
in Germany, that's completely different. For example, back in the day when I was going to restaurants to eat occasionally, it was completely normal. Then we would sit there for ages after being done eating, just having drinks and talk. That could take hours. And that was completely fine. Completely fine. And that's kind of that's the norm here. Now, if you have a reservation and other people also reserved, you know, I don't know, an hour after you, then the business wants you out, you know, because of the new people. But reservations, that's more often, you know, a big city thing here. In smaller towns, yes, you reserve, but you reserve for special events, you know. It's not an, oh yeah, we are high society, we have to reserve everything. No, that doesn't exist here. Most restaurants just you go in, you get a table, and that's fine. That's completely fine. It's not so strict like in America, so engineer to get people in, have them pay and leave. It's more, people being treated like people.
Basically, they don't want you sitting around because it's all about money. The quicker they can get you out the door, the quicker they can fill the table for somebody else. So basically, third places don't exist here in America unless you go out of your way, make it a whole thing, spend money. It's not just a thing that just exists just because. It's something you have to really go for.
So back to what I was saying earlier, I think that the design of our cities is forcing people to be sad and depressed. We have a higher sadness rate and depression rate here in the United States than you guys have in Europe.
Because right here it says, in the United States, depression rates are hovering near historic highs, with roughly 1 in 5 American adults reporting that they are currently dealing with or treated for depression.
And that's the reported ones, right? But I can tell you, it's higher than that. Just by experience, because not everyone reports it, not even close. For example, I was depressive for ages without getting treatment, without the actual will to get better. So I wouldn't have been in their statistics for the most part, yeah. So that is also playing into that. And the thing with people being, more depressed and stuff like this, it's also just the erosion of family. It's literally that. People without families are less happy, especially women. And it's massive how much impact having a family has on women. They are way happier when they have a family. And with a family, I mean being married and having children. And there are studies made on that. Several. They all prove the same. All the time. Single people, especially women, are less happy. And yes, especially women.
That's 19 to 20%. The Netherlands is 7 to 14%. It says that that's the higher end for European clinical reports. But it's 7 to 14% depending on the study. 7 to 14% is way less than 19 to 20%.
Yeah.
But medical data consistently shows a direct, brutal link. Adults who experience chronic loneliness are more than twice as likely to suffer from depression. So I'm pretty sure the sadness isn't anything to do with us. It's engineered.
Yes.
It's engineered to be
absolutely, 100%.
So not have...
That's all on purpose. And I absolutely believe that. It's all on purpose to destroy society. Who would do that? The globalists there.
Having the third places clearly is a direct fall of that. I don't have third places. Guys, I don't even have a second place. I work from home. I have one place, no other place.
Yeah.
So if you don't want me to suffer from depression, do me a favor and hit like, subscribe on this video.
That's a good one.
It would me a lot.
It's a good one.
Going to Europe really did open our eyes up to the fact that having a place like that, public places, community, shouldn't be a luxury. It's not something that you should have to plan for and get in a car and drive across. For us, it's a whole thing. And it's like, that's why you see so many videos of people in America hanging out at Walmart. And I think it's because it's like we don't have much else. There's people that just get lonely. They go to Walmart because that ends up being the public meetup gathering place in a lot of small towns. There's nothing else. That's also why I think that you see a lot of people in Europe dressing a lot better. That's something that we noticed. We noticed that people dress in Europe better. They're not walking around in baggy shirts and stuff. But the thing is here is everybody's isolated. That's why you also see videos of Americans wearing pajamas and ripped up t-shirts out in public because it's usually so isolated that they're like, oh, well, we're only going to the store. So you're not walking nowhere. you're in your car, you're going, you know, and then you're just in the store for a few minutes and then going back to your car. And so you get away with it a lot more.
Yeah.
Because you're basically...
I can see that. I remember, pastor in the part of town I grew up with the church where I should go. That guy was actually running around in his pajamas and his bathing robe. He would go shopping that way. And that was something, you know, to talk about. That was that was the talk of the city. Well, a part of that town. Yeah. And yeah. But I also have to say, we see more and more people dressing less well here. Well, at least in my town and part of town, because, you know, we get the same social problems as in America. Well, having. And not good.
Never around anybody. You don't have as much of a reason to just always look nice at all times. So I don't know. What do you guys think about it? Let me know. Do you guys like the American style or the European style, guys? Do you want lively streets or do you want ghost towns? Thanks for watching with me. Hit like and subscribe. You guys have a super fun, awesome day. Take care. Bye.
Good video. Good video.
Hey, guys, we're here. So in this video,
Go back. So good video that gets a like. Yeah, I agree with him. I very much more prefer Germany when it comes to, you know, how cities and towns are built. And for the exact reasons he said. I mean, can you imagine how nice life in the suburbs in America would be if you could just walk to the next cafe? Just saying. Perfect example. You know, when you're at the end of the street in one of these suburbs and there's the, you know, turn circle. Just imagine there's one building there. That's not just one family home, but there's a cafe in the ground, and the building is taller. There's a cafe in the basement, and I can guarantee you a lot of people would go there. A lot of people. Now, of course, you had, oh my god, there is this truck coming once per week delivering goods to the store. You have UPS and Amazon coming by all the time. Who cares about one truck more? I think that would very well work. I absolutely believe that. And that would also be a place where, you know, teenagers can hang out. Or other place where teenagers can hang out. You know, or the kids. You can literally have... Instead of having buildings in that area, just, you know, make it a playground. Put a massive playground there. Surrounded by buildings where you have a coffee shop, a small grocery store, an ice cafe, something like that there, where, you know, oh yeah, the parents go there with their kids play, and the parents sit there, you know, drink a coffee, having an ice, something like that. That would increase the value of all the properties around. That would increase the life situation of everyone there massively. I can guarantee you, people would love that. People would love that. That would build community. But of course, there would be political will behind that. So, yeah. Not going to happen. But yeah, I agree 100%. I like that I can just go and eat ice. I can just do that. I'm happy I don't live in a suburb where I would have to... Oh, I would like to have an ice cone. Let's drive 20 minutes. Yeah, how about no? How about no? I could literally go to a neighbor, hey, how about we go and drink a coffee? I could do that. I could. I don't, because I'm a loner and I hate people. I don't hate people. I'm just a loner. But, you know, I could. And here comes something for you, dear viewer. Do you agree? Which one do you like more, America or Europe? And the thing is, with Europe, that's basically everywhere in the world. You have that in Latin America too. And in Asia. And in Africa. I don't know about the Near and Middle East, but you definitely have that in North Africa. So you basically have that everywhere in the world, but America. So what do we think? Is the everywhere in the world better or America? When it comes to that. Now I like America for the gun laws, especially in the areas where there basically are none. Everyone can have one. Defend your home, defend your family, defend your community and the properties. Down with the criminals. And yes, I believe that. And also with that, we are at the end of the video. If you liked it, give it a like. If you want to see more like this, subscribe. Until next time, bye bye. Wasn't this nice? Read it word by word, okay. If you're still there, let's read it word by word. Who thinks tits are nice? We also yet and maybe play games. Is that what you wanted, dear Jesse? Oh my god. Now I remember this song. That's literally named Dear Jesse. Man, that song is good. The song is nice. In general, I miss the 90s. And the 90s music especially. Oh my god, 90s music. Man, my childhood. It was so good. I miss it so much. You know, sitting at home watching the German version of MTV, aka Viva, which literally was just MTV but German. It will take some time for me to understand if I like USA or Europe more. I'm not sure at the moment. Yeah, understandable. Which is absolutely understandable. But for me, it's literally, I grew up like this, you know, and I can't imagine having to drive 20 minutes in a car to get anywhere. Even if I just want to go eat an ice. That's crazy to me. Also, you know, if everything is so close, and there are people everywhere, we are more likely to meet someone, you know, your future wife, the mother of your children, which is also, you know, could, you know, solve the dating crisis, but you know, that's a whole other thing, a whole other thing. Oh my god, it's crazy. Wanna do something funny? The loser woman epidemic. How about that? The loser woman epidemic. Oh, that's gonna be funny, right? I hope it's going to be funny. Oh my god, I so hope. Wait, Crony counts as a loser woman? Oh well, we will see.
Are you? Have you ever thought or dreamed of someone that could pierce through your emotional guard? That there will come a special someone who will see past your flaws and your struggles and unconditionally love you? Perchance, are you assuming
there is no unconditional love? Get that out of your mind. Not even your mother loves you unconditionally. I mean, if she does, wow, you are lucky, but don't bet on it. And yes, cute.
Super insecure, frequently rejected, terminally online, sexually frustrated woman? If the answer is yes, you are actually in demand.
Wait. I have to get that again. I think I misunderstood things.
Your struggles and unconditionally love you. Perchance, are you a super insecure, frequently rejected, terminally online, sexually frustrated woman? If the answer is yes, you are actually in demand.
Oh boy.
I made entire tirades about how men are super lonely and want to be manipulated because that's how they figure they can get a relationship these days. What I failed to tell you is that actually in recent times, women have become arguably even bigger wrecks. Underneath the caste of pathetic, stupid men that wants to be manipulated is the woman who rejects all societal prospects and wish the women never had rights. Some women want to go back into this because the world is harder now. The women who fought for their rights and wanted a world similar to the great economic rise of the Western world, where women can work easily as men and be able to thrive just as easily the way they used to in the 60s. That world doesn't exist anymore. In today's age...
Yes, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And a fun fact. So, World War II America, you know, all the men have to go to war. So, the woman started working in the factories. And guess what? Working in a factory is hard. So, they didn't like that. So, when the men all came back, the women all went out of the factories, got married and had kids, and were stay-at-home moms. Work is hard. Men don't like working. They do that because they have to. And now we have, not now, no, feminism. Women think, oh yeah, I want to work, I want to have a career, I want all these things. But these things are hard. Most people don't have careers. The majority of people just have a job, you know, to pay bills. That's the only reason they work. Not because they want to, but because they have to. And then we have women. Oh my god, I'm so awesome. Look at me, I have a career. And then they work some low-end job that someone in elementary school could do. Literally. The only things you need for that is basic math, reading and writing skills. Which, to be fair, in America now is kind of getting rare. Man, America. It's not looking good for you. But same goes for Europe.
Both men and women are so fucked, and women want to unfuck themselves and lob the responsibility over back to men. And I honestly respect it. It's so fucking funny. It's a little bit of an extreme conclusion, especially since I do not have any research paper to back it up, but my sample size of 5 high-functioning women IRL, shoe on head, and the trad wife trend gave me this impression, and I think that's enough to judge the entire female population off of.
Of course it is. Of course. Always. One of the dumbest things I've heard anyone say in my entire life was a social worker, a woman. And to be a social worker in Germany, you have to get a degree in social work, which is a college or university degree. I don't remember it entirely. And she said to me that every person has their own average IQ. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Not understanding how IQ works, not understanding how average works. One of the dumbest things I've ever heard anyone saying. The other thing, stupid thing I've heard someone say is that the entirety of North America is the United States of America, because it's the United States of America, right? So it's everything there. And no, that wasn't a woman, that was a dude. And when someone tried to tell him, no, it's not, and here's why, he went aggressive. Yeah.
At the same time, it's also a form of extreme feminism, when you think about it. Or maybe extreme traditionalism, but so extreme it ends up being feminist? I don't know. Men want to go back to traditionalism so badly? Have at it. In this world, you go to wars, work, and address our survival, biological, and psychological needs while we...
That's in feminism too. The men go to war and all this stuff, but women don't. That's literally how it is.
Sit at home, take care of the kids, and indulge in our neat hobbies. A subgenre of women who may not...
She paved the way for all the other girl failures. Okay. I don't even remember the show. I tried to watch it when I was a kid, teenager, and I found it extremely boring. Extremely.
Harbor such extreme opinions, who still indulge in this kind of behavior though, are what is known as a girl failure, or femcels for the ones that are more extreme versions of this. Good for nothing women who make too many mistakes, are social rejects, say silly things, and have no prospect in life. You might have seen that there are a massive uptick of them in the past 5 years.
AKA VTubers. And yes, there has been a massive uptick.
Particularly in VTubing, where their numbers have basically cemented it as a natural trope. Women have the traditional role of the submissive, graceful, and emotional half of a typical relationship. They are the homemakers, the cleaners, the kid raisers, the cooks. This role developed traits in women that make it easier and more efficient to contribute to society, and these can take forms in different ways such as empathy, so they can connect, intuition to sense danger, and sensitivity to foster peace. But these traits don't necessarily...
He's actually right there. Actually right.
Translate to positive experiences for themselves and for others all the time. Empathy can allow a woman to allow abuse or get taken advantage of. Intuition...
Yes, and politicians use that perfectly. That's why women always vote for the worst kind of people. Like Hitler. And I mean it literally. The number one voter group for Hitler were women. Yeah, the more you know.
Can sometimes lead to overthinking, often leads to overthinking. Sensitivity can make them overreact, and girl failures know and are often self-aware of these exaggerated negative traits. They know they can overreact, they know they overthink too much, and that they even get manipulated a little too easily. Girl failures are known for having one of these traits: low confidence, neediness, and probably having a mental illness or four.
Is having a mental illness not the standard for modern women? Isn't it? Low confidence and neediness, that's fine. I can work with that in a woman. You know? You can marry a woman like that and everything is fine. Everything is fine. If you marry a woman like that, you're fucked.
Triggers a lot of emotions in many types of people. So if you actually are a girl failure, the plus EV move is to actually broadcast this to the world, because a lot of people react in different ways, and most of those ways can and will benefit you in some sort of way. Certain types of high-performing men will see you as adorable and something to be taken care of, and potentially give you money and attention that can help you out, with certain strings attached, of course. Whereas low-performing, inept men will see you as relatable and even approachable, so you can farm.
Yes, exactly. He's right. Absolutely, 100%. But if you are a man failure, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. You will not find, you know, a woman that wants to take care of you. Unless she's mentally ill. Then, yeah, of course, but you should stay away of that. I mean, I don't feel terrible about both of them. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Why would you? Why would you? Don't feel bad for people that, you know, kind of choose to be a failure. Being from a country that isn't either of them. Oh, you mean... Oh, I completely misread that. I completely misread that. You're still talking about America versus the rest of the world.
Attention and what little money they have. Other particular kinds of women, they get a reference to compare down to or have said girl failures acts as a frame of relatability. If you're a girl failure, you are unironically in a good position in the internet to start farming. Perceived vulnerability is a weapon that manipulators use, and not only do you have that, you can wield it more effectively because it's real. In fact, it's the meta. Why do you think a lot of VTubers and female content creators pretend to be more stupid than they actually are? Well, some of them are kind of stupid. I say that
Yes.
But I imagine a decent number of them aren't actually stupid. You have any idea how intelligent you have to be to cleanly run a brand and a business reliant on keeping up appearances? The social and emotional awareness and soft skills to make sure you don't get fucked is something most creators do not have. There was a trend in Twitter recently. VTubing versus IRL job.
Oh no, Twitter. Oh god. Why do we care what people on Twitter say?
Trend is self-explanatory, and I swear, a lot of these women are in super fascinating occupations that you would think them entering VTubing actually harms them more than it helps. Obviously, most of the people in this thread are unemployed, which further proves my point. The meta goes so hard right now that actually intelligent women who act smart are punk rock and serves as a counterculture to women pretending to be stupid. Though maybe I am generalizing. Maybe some of these women and streamers aren't running the brand themselves and have—
Of course, Pippa was there. Of course, yeah. And yes, yeah. I know Pippa. Of course I do. Of course I know Pippa.
a manager to do the non-fun stuff, or rely on an agency to do so. Maybe part of the reason they are so relatable and engaging is because their girl failure-ness is actually genuine. After all, it's VTubing. This is an industry with a huge concentration of anime fans from way back, the shut-ins, the losers from high school, both men and women who got bullied and societally exiled for liking Japanese cartoons, and them becoming a VTuber could just be their attempt at finding genuine relationships. At first, it may not be about the money, but the community. That's how even the biggest people like Minato Aqua and Iron Mouse started VTubing. That's why they are in demand in this particular niche. Perhaps a lot of us are just looking for a connection due to an inability to do so IRL. People try to give and receive.
Is this just a dump truck of buttocks? I think it is.
Something. Yet at the same time, that's how girl failures can be the best manipulators or cause of their own doom, because they genuinely believe in what they say and are often driven by instinct and emotion rather than logic or thinking things through.
Yes, but that's because they are girls, not because they're girl failures. They're just being a woman. Oh, he's being sexist.
Loneliness can be sated by the constant attention, so they seek a harem of other lonely men. Their self-confidence and joy can become tied to numbers, and those numbers will dictate her mood on any given day. They can start living vicariously in the internet and have that be the basis of their own reality rather than what is happening outside, similar to what incels do. E-cheating, public mental breakdowns, anxiety attacks from criticism, attacking back from criticism. These 4 examples are only 4 of many instances that a girl's stupid cute brain can harm themselves and others.
We have watched a lot of videos on this channel where VTubers went nuts, completely nuts, and it's glorious making fun of that. It's glorious. I love it because they always get what they deserve.
They're not malicious, they're just stupid. And to a fair few people, that justifies or completely excuses what they've done. Yet at the same time, isn't that kind of the appeal of the sad girl? Like I said earlier, their aura activates the desire in men to feel needed, to either fix them or gives them happiness or comfort them, while other women find relatability or comfort in these similar flaws. It's not a universal thing. Some men will find that pathetic and avoid them, and some women can exploit that and mean girl the fuck out of them. But we are in an industry where it's more okay to coddle than to criticize.
Yeah.
Which begs the next question. Is that a good thing?
Yeah.
Well, yes and no. It's all about execution. How this girl failure-ness is being shown, performative or not. And you, as a girl failure or a fan of a girl failure, can pick your poison and ultimately what you want to represent. The doomer, the femcel, and the degenerate.
Oh boy. The degenerate. Oh yeah. Bow the whale. Absolutely bow the whale. Yep. 100% bow. C-word.
The doomer is, as the name suggests, people who doom posts and doom scrolls all the time. The consumption of all sorts of negative content in the internet mixed in with unstable environments can create a severe pessimistic outlook on not just the doomer's own future, but the future of the world in general. They are anxious or depressed about the world, yet accepting about whatever kind of collapse that will inevitably happen. Some doomers would even want the world to end already just so they'd be done with it. Well, yes, they do express this in...
That's, man, living like that is just sad. It's literally sad. Please, if you're a doomer, go for a walk. Just go for a walk. That's all you need to do, just go for a walk. Go look at certain trees. Go look at birds and butterflies. A little bit of happiness. Just do that.
Typical depression fashion like rotting on their beds and doom scrolling on social media, VTubers can often express this by memes, projecting a certain doomer aesthetic, utter negativity, and most recognizably, edgy humor. But like, the safe kind of edgy humor. Crony, I think, is the perfect example of this. It's why she is on the thumbnail. Detachment, self-deprecation, and nihilism are often the markers of a doomer. And when coupled with a hot, deep mommy voice, it becomes more than...
Yeah. The hot, deep mommy voice. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Yeah, that's what we want. I'm in a way. I'm a little bit in a way. Yeah, but he's right. Yeah. The hot, deep mommy voice. Yeah. Yes, just yes.
And alluring, triggering a certain protective need and to affirm to the person that everything is okay and will be okay. The masculine urge to save a depressed woman seconds away from suicide kind of vibes. That despite joking about how much life is meaningless and that how she wants to kill herself, she is wanted and loved. The reaction of a doomer when faced with this kind of response is confusion. Either it is an eye roll because they just don't believe it, or genuine warmth because they've rarely experienced it before. Crowley expresses both. There is a sense that she wants to be loved but not beg for it. She wants to be comforted but not requested. She wants to keep you at arm's length but still wants you around. And that's why it keeps people hooked. A sense of being needed. This makes it attractive. You want to fix Crony. That cold, hard, and difficult to pierce exterior is a challenge because you want to reach her soft interior.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Now, of course he has to make it dirty. Of course. But yes, that's also true. That's also true. Yes. The warm, soft interior, yes. It feels nice. I guess.
The harder the task, the more satisfying, after all. She would say that she likes you a little, I'm not sad anymore, or even I want to kill myself with you. The absurdity of those statements, that special mix of humor and melancholy, tickles a man's need to care, to commune, and to also shitpost. These statements are a man's prize in the pursuit of the mentally ill, the prospects that whatever you're doing is helping them and that it's helping you too. If you are a doomer yourself, you might find her relatable and perfect. Someone who sees the same absurdity happening in the world and feels the same kind of resignation to just let things be. This shared existential dread is the same kind of dread that makes you want to walk to the ocean together with someone, to laugh as the world explodes around you, to just let the world pass by and remember you not, except each other.
Yeah.
The femcel is similar to the doomer, where they...
Oh, the femcel. Oh my god, yeah, there's so many femcels. Oh, Jesus. And a lot of them worked at Bethesda. Oh, thank God they got fired.
Feel insecure and feel undeserving of love, but whereas the doomer is more existential and cosmic detachment, the femcel's problem is more driven by instinct and self. A woman who hates society but still wants to participate in it in a way.
Of course.
A femcel is a woman who struggles to find a romantic partner or feel like they are unlovable. Because of such, they resort to the internet and use more explicit humor to cope with that. They are often the more in need of validation and attention. They seek a certain sense of control and, quite frankly, is more honest about what they want compared to the doomer. In fact, honesty is kind of the point. You've seen in many fiction and stories that awkward, bumbling idiot women are a common trope, so are volatile, impulsive women being commonly seen as villains. Femcells tend to subvert those flaws and spend them into something positive. Awkward idiot women are honest, they just want to be useful and to communicate without knowing how. That earnestness and vulnerability is attractive. Volatile, unstable women are honest. They've had bad environments growing up and struggle for the control and attention they seek without fuming. This vulnerability and earnestness is attractive. It creates a sense of unguardedness that men and other women cannot help but appreciate or exploit. It's why both are drawn to them in the internet, especially in VTubing. This may come off as a...
Oh shit. That crazy bee. Man, that character is so crazy. She's nuts. And that's why so many people love her. Oh man. It's crazy. Why does everyone love the crazy bitches? Why? Oh right, because they're good in the sheets.
Seeky too. Although, the other half of femcelldom are actually more of an isolationist, reclusive type, those that just wants to also financially exploit men. In a world where women are often judged by their looks, and their value declared based on their physique, femcells have the same problem as incels. Because IRL, the femcells may be fat asses or ugly, but in the internet, specifically with VTubing, just use an anime character and you're done. They want the same kind of connection and security that a lot of us seek, and they think we can get and find such things in the internet. And this active seeking of attention and wanton openness for intimacy is a comb of honey for the hungry, sexually frustrated bear, a piece of meat for the hungry wolf, especially to others who may wish to lick their own wounds or find connection with somebody who shares the same wavelength and status. This...
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, men are desperate to be connected with someone, especially a woman that is, just like them. But I feel that's true for basically everyone. Wanting to have someone that's just like them, that understands them. I think that's just natural. And then you have modern women, and they, 6 figures, 6 pack, 6 inches, blah, 6 feet, all that stuff. Yeah.
Honesty is something we seek in a relationship. The humor is a spice, the relatability a bonding agent. If only we can find a femcell in the real world so they can stop being involuntarily celibate together, so that they may finally graduate and grow out of their crippling.
The thing is, femcells don't wanna date incels. And well, to be fair, incels would basically date every woman. Because, that we men are very simple. We see woman wants us, we go crazy. If we realize that woman wants us, I mean, in this day and age, you have to be very, 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 very careful. The degenerates. Bow.
The degenerates are the less of the...
Perfect. This is perfect. We talk about degenerate woman, girl failures, and it's Bow. Of course it's Bow. Who else would it be? Yeah.
sad girly of the girl failures and more of the girls that just are freaky and stupid. I think you'll recognize the types. Whether that be the 1000th time Bao has declared to the world that she wants to be impregnated by a furry animal and get scammed, the absurd antics of Gigi Murin or whatever the fuck Mari Mari is supposed to be, she's all
Goldfish princess. That's what Mari Mari _en is. A goldfish princess.
It's the types that embrace their stupidity or love being stupid despite not being actually an idiot. This embrace can come into the
making stupid fun things. Yes, that's hello. That's literally what men do all the time. What's the problem here? Having stupid fun. Yeah, that's fine.
Form of being openly horny and seductive, expressing their deepest, most degenerate behaviors and kinks because they are big hot anime women with big tits and they know people want that.
Yeah.
Or the quote, ironic references to obscure or base source material. Or the people that openly embrace the weirdness of VTubing as a medium and base their content and personality off of that. I think this is the easiest to love because degeneracy can come into many forms and it doesn't serve one particular niche or type of obscure attraction. Instead, it appeals to multiple, all at the same time. It's an embrace to the absurd, who understand the medium and take advantage of it in the best ways. The failure in girl failure becomes part of the greater plan instead of something labeled or built into them. So much so that the term EN curse, an error or scuff caused by technical issues, is genuinely to be expected in any indie or corpo VTuber communities. Because it is the most common type of girl failure, I don't think I need to explain this much.
Yeah.
These women picture perfectly reflects all the flaws of a stereotype.
Why is Shonda here? Shonda is not girl failure. She's just a girl. She's just a girl. Well, is she a girl failure? I'm not sure. But I'm sure about that she's cute, but that's not the point here.
Woman. And
Not
I think
the
the
point.
fact that there is an industry filled to the brim with these types of women is really only a testament to the acceptance of these flaws in present time and the rise of the subculture. And I think
Sure.
we can find comfort in that. That there's a subculture where flawed women can find community together and find appreciation, not just from other women, but also other flawed men. The real
Well, yeah, the majority of the audience is men. Because look at them. They look cute, and that's all it's needed to make men want to watch them. Literally, men are that simple. Men are so incredible simple. It's not even funny how simple men are. It's interesting, but not necessarily funny.
world right now is a game of public appearance and reputation. But here in this comfy spot, we have a space where we don't reject our flaws but accept them and even find them attractive. And I think that's why the girl failures are so special. They are wholeheartedly themselves, whether they are more explicit or implicit about it, whether they are hated or liked by the internet or the real world. We aren't attracted to these women because we want to fix or change them, though we think we do. I think we like them because they are imperfectly perfect the way they are. Girl failures is its own...
That's a good way to say it. Perfectly What? Perfectly... what? I forgot. Oh my god, my brain is not working. My brain is stopped working. Oh, Jesus. Oh no, brain stopped working. Me doom. Me stupid.
Counterculture to a world where women want to be girl bosses, in a world where women pressure themselves for a standard set by others, and in this kind of world, be punk rock. Be unapologetically cringe. Be unapologetically free. Hi, thanks for watching the video. You see
Good
these
video.
boards? They are really nice boards, and you get to be on them if you become a member or sub to my Patreon. Exclusive videos, uncensored videos, early videos are released there first before anywhere else. And, you know, I needed to pay my groceries. So, you know, thank you. Watch another video now. Bye-bye!
Why the eye go face? Why? Why? Why did you think that? Man, anime fans. That's literally just it. Anime fans. Thank God I'm not one of them anymore. Yes, anymore. But I still... Wait, I haven't watched anime in weeks. Oh my... No, in months. I think in 2 months? 3? Oh, Jesus. And I don't even miss it. I don't even miss it. Well, I miss the animated tatas, but that's a different discussion. I can have that from somewhere else, right? Right. Okay, man. What was I even talking about? I don't even remember. I got distracted by drawn boobies. Yeah, that was a video, right? But yeah, I agree that, you know, all these girl failures, yeah, they attract a certain kind of people. The most obsessed and mentally ill kind of people, actually. Which seemingly includes me, because I watch Pipkin Pippa and Mari Mari. Well, actually, I only watch clips of Mari Mari. But yeah, how about we end this video? How about we do that before I say and do things that I will regret? I think I have to go and watch some hentai. And with that, we are at the end of this video. I have to go watch hentai. Let me know in the comments if you, after watching this video, need to go and watch some hentai. And if you want to see more of this stupid stuff, subscribe. Bye bye. Where did I even go? Where did I even go with that? That was so dumb. So dumb. Oh, you're leaving? Okay. Have a nice one. Boy, that was so dumb. That was so dumb. So incredibly stupid. It's almost like, oh god, I don't know. I don't know. Man. It's almost like I'm stupid. How about we take a look at my library and see what we have here. What do we have installed? Oh, Arc Raiders not installed, and I won't. Oh, by the way, apparently Arc Raiders is getting player housing now. Oh, they're working on it, something like that. Great. Battlefield Bad Company 2. Man, I got the game for the story, right? Number one, the story is really stupid. Number two, the levels are very, very restrictive for in general, but especially for a Battlefield game. Literally invisible walls. Oh, were they invisible walls, or were they just saying, oh yeah, go back to the mission area, something like that? I don't even. Oh, Black Mesa. I have to install that again. I still haven't finished this game because I got stuck crashing at an area all the time. I have today reinstalled, where is it? Portal 1 and 2. I think we can play them at some point. I also reinstalled Quake last week or this week because it got an update. An update to the 30th anniversary with new maps and stuff like that. So we gonna do that. Did Quake 2 get anything too? Quake 2 re-release patch from 2023. Okay. So no. Oh my god, rage. How about we... To be fair, we need to do some more gaming content, right? So I guess... next weekend we completely just play games. And with next weekend I mean from Thursday to Sunday. This might be one game that we can play. It should running fine on my hardware, right? It's very, very old. I played it last time in 2015. Oh Jesus. Yeah. This is, by the way, one of the not so good games by id Software. Man, the ending of this game is such... The game literally ended on a cliffhanger. Oh, by the way, spoilers for a 20-year-old game, or about 20-year-old game. No, 10 plus year old game. So the end of the game, right? You literally enter the big fortificated city. You go to, you know, the mainframe computer where everything is, you know, coming from, and you upload a virus or something like that, or destroy the computer, and then you would think, oh my god, yeah, now we take down the bad guys. But no, the game just ends. That was so anticlimactic. I think that ending was completely rushed. I think they just ran out of time. That's why. I mean, look at the screenshot. This looks still decent, right? Actually, that doesn't look great. I remember this game looking way better. See, this looks way better. There is partly destroyed city. Is that still? I don't even know. Yeah, this game is something. It could have been so good. Could have been so good, but no, they done fucked it up. Yeah. I can't believe that there's so much, you know. Ooh. Is that a cosplay? What the hell? Is that AI? I don't even know. Is that modded? Because I haven't seen that ever. What's going on here? I don't even know. Yeah, but I also thought we could play... Where is it? Where is it? It's not here? Did I... T. Yeah, T. Tomb Raider. The first one of the last trilogy. Because that game is actually good. Now, I do have Rise of the Tomb Raider, but I hate that game. I actually played that game on stream with my old computer very, very early on when I started streaming, and I got so frustrated. On top of, you know, the game looked trash on the stream. But I hate Rise of the Tomb Raider. I hate that game so much. The story is written so badly. On top of the story just being bad, it's also written badly. I hate it. I hate that game. And the worst thing is I pre-ordered that thing because this game was so good. And it is good. I played through this game 3 times now. This game is good. Man. We could also play this one, Nightmare Reaper. I've only played 64 minutes in the game, but the game is good. The game is good. It's fun. But why did I only play 64 minutes? Good question. Also, of Orcs and Man, I played the game only 71 minutes. I don't even remember why. The game is pretty good, but why didn't I play it properly? Once Human, I never touched this game. I don't even know why. I really don't. Oh yeah, right. I got Ori and the Blind Forest. I got that game... I don't even know when, and I never played it. I don't know why. I absolutely don't know why. I also got Overlord and Overlord 2. And I've 8.7 hours, really? I played that much? I thought I basically didn't play it. How about Overlord 2? I didn't even play it. I didn't even play it. Man, buying games and then never playing them. Great. Perfect. That's what you do, right? Oh yeah, you buy games for money. And then you never play them. That's smart, right? That's super smart. Oh god, shit. My throat is giving up. Just like yesterday. Man. I have to say I do prefer playing old games over new ones. At least when it comes to games with a story. Because modern storytelling is so bad. Because the writers are so trash. And yes, I have Bioshock Infinite. It's the only one I still have. I had the first Bioshock actually back in the day. But not anymore. Not anymore. And I never got it on Steam. Fun fact, I actually like this game. I actually like this game. Everyone is shitting on the game for not being as good as the others, but I actually prefer this game. I actually like the first one less. That's why I never finished that game. But this one, yes, I finished it. It's a good game. Could have been better, of course. But it could be way, way worse. Way, way worse. So we could also play this one, right? Oh my god. We are now finding all the games that we could play on stream. Or all the games. And I would love it. Ow. But my problem when I play games is that I zone out. You don't want to zone out when you are a streamer. I also definitely want to play The Witcher on stream. Because I think that will be really, really interesting. So yeah, the plan for next week is playing games. Definitely playing games. The entire time. Ow. Oh my god, Duke Nukem 3D Megatron Edition. Maybe I should install that again. I didn't finish it ever. So yeah. Wait, playtime 17 minutes. Oh, that's bad. Why is it that low? Is it because the game doesn't have mouse support? I don't think so. But something must have been going on here. Why I only have 17 minutes. Right? 430 megabytes. Oh boy. The good old times. The good old times. I remember my first computer, the hard drive was 2 gigabytes. 2 gigabytes. Man. I like the designs of those old games, you know. They are way more creative than in new games. You have all the high fidelity, right? But the creativity is less. And also back then you would just create things that just look cool. Oh yeah, this looks cool, let's make that. This would look cool, make that, yeah. Absolutely. 100%. And you know, then you have games like that. And in this day and age, we have mixtape. Where nothing looks cool in that game. If you can even call it a game, but you can't. You absolutely can't call that thing a game. I also have to reinstall Half-Life 2, because it's Half-Life 2. I'm not used to Half-Life 2 not being installed. My favorite game of all time. Man, I love this game. Wait, last time played in 2020. Oh, right. Last time I played Half-Life Update. In 2025. Didn't finish it because... Oh, right, that was when my computer broke. I remember. That was bad. That was bad. Why? Why? Why do we look at Alex's ass? Ooh, that's nice. That's nice art. I love it. This is great. It's perfect. Wait, what? Oh no! Don't make them sexy. Then I don't know if I'm supposed to be scared or aroused. So I'm gonna be scare-roused. It's not good. I don't want to be scare-roused. It's actually bad. Oh, this looks like a fun time. Wait, they're zombies. Why are there zombies? Why are you dancing with zombies? You shouldn't be dancing with zombies. It's not a good thing. Don't do that. They will eat you. I guess this is a super realistic render in Blender. Oh my. Yep, that's Alex. Yep. 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 Absolutely, this is Alex. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The reason why we love that game. Well, Wait, did I see? Oh, best mod, yeah, no one cares. That face. That face. Oh, that's cute. What else do we have? Oh yeah, I don't wait. That's nice. Breaking the fourth wall, neat. What do we have here? Wait, can we find that anywhere in the game? I've never seen that before, and I've played the game a lot. Cosplay, I guess. Yes, looks good. Definitely looks good. So, do we have more? More good stuff. Man, I love this game so much. So much. This is one of those games, you know, that literally changed my life. You know, when YouTubers have that title for their videos when they play a game. I mean it literally. This game changed my life. That's how impactful that was. That's how much I loved this. It's so good. I love this. Maybe I should, after stream, look for Alex cosplays or art I don't know. I'm in the mood for that. Ooh. Oh, this looks good. This looks good, yeah. Yeah, I like this. Good photo. If it's a photo. I think it's, yeah, it's a photo, yeah. This is great. Yeah, back then, for the ones who don't know, Valve literally developed technology for facial expression and for mouth sync to the speaking words. That's automated. That's not, you know, you don't have anyone there that manually does that all. And the facial expressions in Half-Life 2 were so good. So good. They were completely ahead of their time. Man. And now you have, you know, facial expression that looks way worse than Half-Life 2. More art. Oh yeah, that's nice art. Yeah, this is, man. Original update. Original update. Yeah, there's a big difference. Well, for me, this is a big difference, right? Oh, what do we have here? Yeah, this looks nice. It's not... Oh, Half-Life 2 Episode 3, yeah. But why give her tattoos? Why? Just don't. By the way, there wouldn't be tattoos. Not in that world. Way too dirty. Oh. I guess someone modded his Half-Life. Who could have guessed? Why would... Yes. And that's all I say to this. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Man, I love this. Man. And no, I'm not going to scroll through 22 years of art. Because, yeah, no, we don't. We just being not nostalgic here. There's nothing special here. Just a little nostalgia. Because why the hell not? Yeah. Man. I really have to play this game again. Yeah, this looks so good. I mean, sure, the textures aren't as high res as today's games, right? But I don't care, this looks good. But then again, I'm also 43. So, yeah. I've seen way worse graphically. Way worse. Oh. This is from Hydra Attacks E3 2003 demo. Yeah. That enemy is not in a game. And look how cool this is. Man. Everyone was... Well, everyone. I was sad that that wasn't in a game. That would be so cool. Maybe in Half-Life 3. the game that will never come. Game that will never come. What the hell is going on here? Alex, what are you doing? Alex, don't. Just don't. Potential spoiler. Alright, don't spoil the game from 20 years ago. Don't do that. You will not like it. Wait, what the hell? No, don't. No. How dare you put that retarded C word into my Half-Life 2? How dare you? Disgusting. Disgusting. Man. I have no words for how much I love this game. Okay, I think we are done. I think we are done. Yes, we are done. We are done. We are done. Now that makes me think, you know. Do we have anything here? Anything nice? Why are there anime girls here? Because anime fans are everywhere now. They are everywhere. Why does their behind look like that? Why is this? Why? This is disgusting. This is not. This looks good. This looks actually good. Yeah, I think this looks good. Oh, she has, yeah. Okay. Those special boots for running thingies. Why is this so weird? Why is everything Portal 2 so weird? Why? Stop being weird, people. Good cosplay. Why do they have to make everything weird? Can you stop sexualizing the robots? Can you stop that? Why? Why are you sexualizing robots? Anything to update? No. Okay. Why would they do that? Just don't. Why can't you why can't you resist looting the robots? Why? That's not nice. Leave them alone. Okay. So, what do we do now? What do we do with the drunken sailor? I don't really... The old man is, doesn't know what to do. The old man doesn't know what to do. Oh my god, that's not good for being a streamer. That's not good. I have to entertain the people. Huh. Let me think about something. total shot when? 1 hour ago. Oh, yeah, I'm not watching a react to a react. We don't do that. No, I'm not react. We don't do a react to a react. Yeah, that's a proper way to say it. The ick. Why men are giving up on modern women. It's not hard to understand. Oh. Oh. Here we go. Caleb car. No hammer. Someone is, I guess, annoying.
I heard you got angry when you heard I went on Rogan, by the way. Why?
You went on there and complained that all you get is right-wing shows, but you platform a bunch of people who come on here and aren't interesting enough to be anything other than racist to make good TV.
What? We've had more people like you than them. The couple people that have been racist has been literally the last 2 months. We've been trying to get more right-wing people to balance it out. But most right-wing people that come on the show, on their no-no list, just like you gave me a couple no-nos, you remember them?
Mm-hmm.
Have I followed them so far?
Yeah.
Good. They said they don't want to talk about politics, so I respect it, just like I'm respecting yours.
Nobody wants you on left-wing shows.
Unfortunately, yes, but we have gotten accepted a little more. CNN got us. Destiny was going to come here. I think his flight got canceled. Maybe we'll reschedule. Who knows? I heard you got...
Oh, who could have guessed a woman complaining about stuff? My recommendations. My recommendations. Don't get me banned. What Americans don't understand about Europe's AC problem. It's actually very, very easy. Most people live in apartments and they can't get one. Especially in buildings like mine. Getting an AC here, that's, you know, installed by the house owner, the company, that's not going to happen because they aren't allowed to change the outside of the house any looks. That's literally the law because the building is under preservation because it's so old. But I know someone over there actually has an AC. It's just, you know, very inefficient. Very inefficient. Having it in a room and the window is, you know, it's going out the window and the window is partly open so air from outside gets in. Wait, no, he actually doesn't. Or does he? I think he had that American style at the window and he put the blinds down so no air and sun gets in. Okay, yeah, that works. That works. Now I wouldn't do that because that's way too expensive. And it's not that hot. It's not that hot. This summer is not very hot. It's actually way cooler than the summers in the 2000s, 2010s. And it's not even actually close. It's just a nice summer. Nothing special. Nothing bad here. While Europe is rethinking e-scooters, I don't know, a lot of dead people? I think it's a lot of dead people. Oh my. I guess titties? Wait, what? Students find out that they are not actually leftists? What? That sounds stupid enough that we want to watch it. But first I have to take a piss. First, I have to take a piss and then... Ow. Ow. Then we watch this, because this is going to be stupid. I wanna laugh at people and not piss myself, you know? And I get something to drink. Okay, I'm back. I'm back with something to drink and a cookie. And now let's laugh about stupid people.
Did I just shock you? Yeah. Did I just explode your world?
That's embarrassing.
No, why is that embarrassing?
And an Amy Horowitz digital short. Okay.
I'm Amy Horowitz, and nearly 90% of black people have voted for the Democratic Party over the years. But do their ideals match their voting patterns?
No.
I'm here in Los Angeles Southwest Community College to ask students to take a blind political test about the top 10 issues facing our country today.
Oh, Los Angeles. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't even expect these people to be able to read.
Do you identify as more of a Republican or more of a Democrat?
I'd say more Democrat.
You identify more as a Democrat?
Yeah. Democrat.
Democrat. I guess you could say I grew up a Democrat.
Of course.
Should a woman be able to get a late-term abortion?
No.
I say yes. I feel like it's their body.
Yes.
Absolutely.
No, you should make that decision before the baby forms.
Should we spend more time and effort stopping illegal immigration or less time and effort?
Yeah, we should spend more time on it.
Okay.
I feel like less.
Should parents have more control over education? Or
Yes.
should the government have more control over education?
Parents. Always parents.
Parents?
Parents.
The government.
Probably government.
Okay.
To have money and stuff like that.
Okay.
The government assists people.
Should there generally be higher taxes or generally be lower taxes?
Lower taxes.
Low taxes. Low taxes.
Always
Low
lower.
taxes. I gotta go low.
You gotta go with what you believe. Get your gut, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Lower taxes make a country and the people prosper. Higher taxes does the opposite.
Less.
I feel like lower.
Lower taxes.
Lower taxes. Lower taxes.
Lower taxes.
My personal economics, my personal finances is important.
Should we generally have more policing or less policing?
Ooh, that's a good one. I like that.
If it's effective policing, more.
Have more police.
I would say more police.
Should we allow children to medically transition?
I think it canceled.
I think we should wait until
That was funny. I'm gonna get cancelled. Yeah. If you're on the left and say that thing, yes, you will be. You will be. On the right, yeah, no. No. On the right, yeah, people, yeah. No. Stop touching the children. Stop touching the children, leftists.
they know more.
Your body, your decision. Do what you want with your body.
Okay.
Hell no. Hell no.
No need to think about that. Yeah,
Hell no. I didn't need to think about that one.
Should we allow males who transition to females compete against women in sports?
Yes.
No.
I say no.
Should we allow males who transition? Fuck no. Hell no.
No, that's not fair.
Like the Leah Thomas,
Exactly.
situation. Yeah, no, not at all. He was like 500 with the males and then #1 with the women.
Dominated.
Yeah, it's
Dominated.
ridiculous. Yeah, there are physiological differences.
Oh, what a
between males and
surprise.
people, males and females.
Do we spend more money on social programs and have higher debt or less money on social programs and reduce the debt?
We need to reduce the debt, less money into social programs.
Reduce our country's debt.
More money.
More money.
A lot of people need it.
I would say.
Of
less.
course.
Should someone show an ID?
The only woman wants all the social stuff. Who could have guessed?
To vote. To show who they are.
Nah.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
More regulations and higher taxes to stop climate change, or less regulations and lower taxes and spur the economy?
Less.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
No, spend some time really thinking about this.
You got this,
Nah,
man.
I'm marinating on the question.
Take your time, man. No hurry. Less.
I think we should help climate change.
So you ready to find out what you are?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Oh, there's a result at the end.
Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, 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 Democrat, Republican, Republican, Republican. That's a big R. That's a big R. That's a big R. That's a big R. Republican, 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 Republican,
Republican.
Republican, Republican, Democrat, Republican, 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 Democrat, Democrat.
This is great.
Abortion, Republican on immigration, gender Republican, spending Republican, voter ID Republican. You are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You are 60% Republican. You are also 60% Republican. You are more Republican than Democrat.
70? Oh, wow.
You are 70% Republican. 60% Republican. You are 60% Republican. You are 70% Republican and 30% Democrat.
It's crazy.
This is
You are
great.
80% Republican.
I think, I might.
The reactions are crazy. It's almost like they never listen to what the people actually say, you know, the politicians. Because you have to listen. And not just, you know, oh yeah, that side is evil and we are the good ones. You have to actually listen what they say and what they want to do. But most people don't do that, so they get what they deserve. They absolutely do.
Be Republican.
You might be Republican.
That's the people that help themselves, right? They
Yeah,
help themselves.
correct.
I mean, we can help ourselves.
Yeah.
See, that's why I love this experiment.
So does that surprise you?
Yes, it does.
I'm shocked. That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Is that surprising?
Yeah, that is.
Yeah?
That is.
Does it make you rethink kind of like when you see issues in elections, kind of looking more closely at what people believe as opposed to what the letters next to their name?
Yeah.
That's how you're taught.
Yeah.
It's like political inheritance.
Exactly. We can't really identify until we start to educate ourselves.
Republicans are
Exactly.
associated with whiteness. Like even when Black Americans identify.
Exactly. That's it. That's absolutely it. And that's the problem with the two-party system. In Germany, you have dozens of parties. There are literally at least 2 parties in my town that only exist in my town. Now, that doesn't mean that they are actually relevant, but they at least exist. They are an option to vote for. Cookie time? Yes, cookie time. And welcome, Emily.
As Republicans, they get like knocked for, you know, for siding with them. I'm so glad I, got to do this.
So I generally don't do wrap-ups after the videos, but for this one I felt I had to. We literally did not find a single Black person on this campus who, when given a blind political test, aligned more with Democrats than Republicans.
Wow. Now that is something. That is something. They didn't find anyone that's Black on the campus that would have aligned more with the Democrats than the Republicans. Now that's something. Just wanted a game of Age of Empires 4, man. Age of Empires 4. So, I'm actually surprised by this. And this video was actually fun. It was actually not, oh yeah, people are stupid. No, this was actually surprising. In a positive way. I'm actually surprised. And actually by the reactions of the people, that was really... That was a positively surprising video. I really like that. Let me know in the comments what you think, because that was surprising. Yeah, that was something. It was fine, got the W for the team. Oh, you played the round and won. Nice. Good one. Good man. Yeah, this was good. This is getting a like. I don't really want to watch this because CNN, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't. Man. I got in too much trouble already. So. Oh. Oh. How about we do something really funny? Something, no, not that. The other funny. Where is it? I think I put them here, right. So we have only one? 2. Well, do we want that? Do we want that? It's annoying. When it's so long. Especially when the stuff is fake anyways, because it's Reddit. No, Forschern. Women don't go on Forschern unless they're like Pipkin Pipper. Pipkin Pipper goes to Forschern, but not feminists. Do we wanna do, man? I wanna show some stuff that I can't show because of music.
Guys, this is probably too much. This scene was majestic, almost divine.
O daughter of Zeus, my cock is fashioned from the skin of mine own forearm.
Damn, nigga.
Guys, this is probably too much. Guys, this is probably too much. This scene was majestic, almost divine.
This is great.
O daughter of Zeus, my cock is
This was great. Oh god. Oh god. Oh boy. That was something. Just saying. My recommended. By the way, if you wanna look that up, Moika Loop. I think it's called Moika Loop. Yes, Moika Loop. Yep. Yep. We are having fun today. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Man. Maybe I should do more stupid things on stream. I'm not overweight. Says the one that's 2 women. I weigh 179 lbs. That would be around 80 kilograms. Which would be about my ideal weight. Yeah. For a woman, that's not very tall. That's overweight. POV, you are the main character and you know it. Yep. Man, that facial expression. I so can't wait until this game comes out. Man. The game... I hope the game is going to be really good. Really good. Really, really good. For several reasons. Number one, gameplay. Number one, her. And I'm very unapologetic about that. Yeah. The more good games we have with attractive women in it, the better. Love it. Family Guy best moments. Man, I still can't get over it that Cha-Cha, you know, your V-mom, watched a video about the best insults of Al Bundy and said, oh, my parents used to watch this show all the time. Man, that made me feel so old. So old. I mean, I am, but you know, I watched that show when I was a kid. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no, did you see this? This is for the armpit guys. How can you be into armpits? Serious question, how can you be into armpits? Taxi man will solve fertility? No. Because the problem is not man. So how about we go with this by Hero High? It's over. Blue Sky betrayed its own users. Again? I literally reacted to the same title last year, when I remember correctly. Now, how about we watch this? Let's see mentally ill people get what they deserve. How about that? I always like that mentally ill people that don't do anything about their mental illness get what they deserve.
It's been a while since we checked in with our good friends over on Blue Sky. Let's see how they're doing. 4 days ago, we got this, a top post on the Blue Sky social subreddit. Blue Sky's active user base is shrinking as its focus expands beyond the app. Yeah, I don't know about that headline. That sounds a little bit copy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the user base might be shrinking, but that's because we're just expanding our focus, guys. That's why it's a good thing, actually.
Yeah, no. That means that the user base would go up. But it doesn't. Because on Blue Sky, you only have the most mentally ill people that went away from Twitter. Yeah, we already have a lot of mentally ill people. And we still do. These people on Blue Sky are just the top mentally ill people, you know? Like it's a competition.
Hey, the user base is dying, but it's a good thing. Actually, the journalist going on to say, over a year following its post-election surge, Blue Sky's mobile app is seeing a continued decline in active users, though its remaining community is still relatively engaged.
Relatively.
You can't even just say it's engaged.
Sure.
You gotta say it's relatively engaged. Like, oh my gosh.
That's how you know it's dying. When they all put those words in there, like relatively. That's how you know when it's done. It's just done.
It's rough. But don't worry, guys, because this isn't over. Blue Sky is bigger than Blue Sky.
What?
Is the code becoming overwhelming yet?
Realize you are also a member of the billionaire-proof open social web called the Atmosphere. What? Atmosphere account, the last social account you will ever need. I think we have heard that before. And it has never been true. I guess... Well, I think I know what this is. Blue Sky is failing. Investors don't want to put more money into it. So we create this new one. Atmosphere. Now that's where investors now are willing to put money in because... Maybe this is successful. Maybe this is successful. And so they're going to abandon Blue Sky for this, because that's where the money is being apparently going. So yeah, that's it. That's all what this is. Yay! More wasted money.
Like, oh my gosh. Realize you're also a member of the billionaire-proof open social web called Atmosphere. So now they're trying to get all Blue Sky users to like centralize all their information. They're trying to have all your accounts for things linked to one central account that they're calling the Atmosphere.
Yeah, I can totally not see this backfire. AKA, they go. What this is, they get all the informations of their users, and then the following happens. They sell that. They sell the information. And making money that way. That's what this is. Or they collect all the data from the users, and then they sell the company. That's what this is. One of these things it is. And nothing else. Absolutely not.
Your account. Yeah, this is one of the most billionaire sounding things I've heard. This is what billionaires and corpos are already trying to do with people. Like, hey, yeah, give us all your information, store it all here on one account that's centralized. But don't worry, you're totally a part of the resistance, everybody. Keep on resisting. Just give us your information first. Oh, I love this post. Check this one out. Quote unquote, liberal bubble has only ever meant anywhere where right-wing perspectives aren't artificially elevated and forced into everyone's feeds. You're posting this on Reddit? Sir, you're posting this on Reddit. Reddit is literally infamous for artificially propping up left-wing perspectives.
Exactly.
And banning anyone who dares go against the hive mind. You don't even need to be right-wing. If you simply disagree, like I said, with the hive mind, you'll get downvoted, mass downvoted, you'll get insulted, you might just get outright banned or suspended. And this is such well-established fact at this point in time, on top of all the power mod issues as well, and a bunch of other stuff we could bring up.
Yeah.
That it's crazy that they're trying to co-post about this. Back over to Blue Sky.
I mean, there is a reason why, you know, being a Reddit mod is a meme. There's a reason for that.
As if all of this wasn't bad enough, there's also a lot of users expressing their understandable anger on this one towards the massive amount of age verification that's currently unfolding over on Blue Sky. For example, this post titled, "Direct Anger at States and Think Critically Instead of Quitting Blue Sky Over Age Verification." So Blue Sky has apparently had excessive age verification even compared to other platforms. And again, on this one, I understand their anger. Completely justified.
Okay.
But it's funny that the OP here is saying, like, think critically, don't just quit Blue Sky, because that's not thinking critically. This guy has an agenda, which is don't quit Blue Sky, and he's trying to get people to not quit Blue Sky under the guise of, hey, listen to me, I'm telling you to think critically. But again, he's not really.
Yeah, he wants to be. He's just a zealot. He's a zealot that wants to manipulate people into staying for whatever reason. Most likely to feel good. That would be my suggestion here.
Meaning that he just means direct your anger here and please don't quit Blue Sky. This is to say that he's telling you what to do, and he's framing it as if you listen to him, you have critical thinking. That's not how this works. You're essentially saying, hey, follow the hive mind and don't question things entirely. Just question the convenient parts. Don't question the rest. Guess what? That's not thinking critically. As a matter of fact, that's not even thinking. That's just following. Now, credit where credit's due, one of the top responses is actually calling out the OP, writing, Instagram isn't making me verify, X isn't making me verify, Facebook isn't making me verify, only Blue Sky. I'm not angry. I'm just not jumping through hoops to get that one social media site. The OP responds and says, best believe they'll all make you verify soon. There's a lot of age verification laws in Texas. It's just that one of them is directed at the App Store, but the rest requires compliance. So the other social media will comply in advance.
Yeah.
And response says, then we'll quit.
Yeah, and all the age verification stuff has nothing to do with let's protect the children, because no one cares about that, actually. You can tell because how many children are on X? They aren't on X, they're on Roblox. And that's where they are getting groomed. The more you know.
Those two. To get around the age verification, some Blue Sky users are making PSAs like this. PSA, if you see an age verification notice, please use a different Blue Sky client like Witch Sky. It's just funny because there's already this meme of how for some reason Blue Sky users, a number of them from the user base that's left, likes to LARP as if they're witches. So I'm like, of course there would be a client named Witch Sky. Like, wow, daring today, aren't we, guys? Yopi gets 214 upvotes. But I love the top comment. It just says, if they require that of me, I'm just never logging in again. So again, while there are a lot of people trying to cope post about what's going on and still trying to get people to use Blue Sky, still shilling for Blue Sky, we are also seeing a growing number of people pushing back against the age verification that's going on. For example, this post that reads, "Goodbye, Blue Sky. No to sharing social security number, credit card, nor driver's license."
Social security number? Oh my god, no. No. Giving a company your social security number? That's one of the dumbest things you can do. What if the company will get hacked? And it will get hacked. Then your social security number is with the hackers. And they can do whatever they want now. With your identity. Oh my god, yeah, don't, never. Now, if you want age verification and that is safe, you could just make, make something that people have to go and buy. You have to show your passport. Then you buy that thing, and that thing is, your age verification. I don't know. It's chip cut that you scan or something like that would work fine. You're still anonymous, but your age is verified. There. Done. Perfect. And if you have a fraud with that, well, send people to prison for it. There. Solve problem.
License. So yeah, if you want the privilege of using Blue Sky, don't worry, just give us either the last 4 digits of your social security number or your credit card or your ID scan, no big deal. And don't worry guys, you're still totally a part of the resistance, just comply. Yeah. That's all you gotta do. And that's the latest for Blue Sky. Just comply. Thank you for tuning in. Have a lovely rest of your weekend, and I'll see you in the next one.
Man, this was stupid. But yeah, typical Blue Sky, where all the stupid people are. Man, it's so nice to see Blue Sky die. It's perfect. It's a perfect example of the entire left currently being kind of dismantled. Everyone is getting fired because they are lazy and incompetent, and their social media is dying because no one wants to be there. It's wonderful to see. I love it. I love that the left is kind of imploding. The left. Whatever that means these days. And yeah, this is so beautiful to see. I love it. Chat. Dear viewers, do you also like to see this? Let me know in the comments. I think it's wonderful. It's wonderful to see this. And if you want to see more of this stupid stuff, subscribe. Man, that was dumb. that was really dumb. This is food. Yeah, it's not. Never drink oat milk. That's not milk. That's literally worse than drinking soda. And I mean that. That stuff is so unhealthy for you. Just look what's all in it. Oh, look, more titties. More titties. Man, don't we love titties? Yes, we do. Oh, more Star Trek, and only one of them is good. Star Trek bloopers 2009 Into Darkness Beyond. Oh, from the movie, yeah, we don't care. We don't care. We absolutely don't care. Oh boy. Moments filmed seconds before disaster. Oh boy. Pippa. Wait, Pippa had a new song? I guess Pippa had a new song. Why is that looking so good? Well, I wouldn't be surprised if it's all AI. Wait, no, it's not Pippa. It's someone else that uses Pippa. Oh, okay, okay. I see. I see. I see what's going on. Water is a chemical. Well, yes, everything is a chemical. They found out. Yeah. Yeah. The Aldi signal. The simple grocery model taking over America. Yeah. I mean, first they had to take over Germany. They did that in the 50s and 60s. And then, you know, Europe and the rest of the world. Blacks can't get ID. Wait, what? That's stupid. That's really stupid. Pity marketing. What is pity marketing? I guess we found something else to watch. I've never heard of pity marketing. So let's see what this is about. Because I'm kind of, I mean, looking at this, okay, yeah, it's, oh, look at me, I have a small business, please, please. I need money, please buy my product, please, please, please. I guess that's what this is. But we will see.
In February this year, the operator of a TikTok profile called Just Cuz The Book posted a TikTok of their aunt sat by herself at an in-store signing for her new book. It made for a sad, heart-wrenching scene as she carefully rearranged the books in front of her with seemingly no prospect of anyone's interest. The TikTok ultimately garnered 38.1 million views, 6.1 million likes, and 36.9 thousand comments, with users saying things like, "No, please don't do this to me, I'm not emotionally stable. The first clip had me in tears," and "I want to buy the book just cause she's so cute." Among the
Really? Why? Why? I mean, sure, it's kind of, you know, sad, but yeah, only because you write a book doesn't mean it's that people like it. It's literally that simple. It's literally that simple. Just like me, only because I do, you know, some React content, make YouTube videos, doesn't mean that people like that. Some do, some don't. You know, that's just how life goes. Not everyone can be super successful.
These comments was the usual parade of brand accounts seeking to seize on the opportunity for some good PR. Overall, it was a heartwarming outpouring of support, and there's even been talk of a sequel and a TV show. With funds provided by Visa, she was able to print out thousands of copies of her book and give them out to a library, and even to India. The internet can be dark sometimes, but stories like this really warm your heart. Maybe social media isn't so bad after all. Well, thanks for watching. See you in a couple of weeks.
Oh,
just kidding.
no.
It turns out her nephew or niece, allegedly, rented out the bookstore on a Monday when it was closed for $150, and nobody can find any trace of the signing being advertised anywhere.
Oh. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? Man, people. So that all was a ploy. That all was a show.
Now, they've never addressed this allegation directly, but deception aside, the TikTok typifies what's been called pity marketing, a term previously used to describe marketing for a sympathy-inducing social cause, where pity is the primary driver of sales or donations. But this has taken on a new meaning in the age of social media, with small businesses or individual creators invoking pity for themselves as a marketing tactic. Historically, it's been uncomfortable when someone tried to evoke pity in this way, abandoning all pride on their hands and knees. This would be last resort.
Yeah, I hate that stuff. I absolutely hate that stuff because I'm a person. I only want what I earned, which can absolutely lead to problems because, you know, what did I earn? Not a lot. Not a lot.
Or desperate, going to lose the house stuff. But this doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Instead, it's become something of a marketing tactic, which many are all too happy to employ for some short-term success. But how do we get here? And are audiences finally pushing back? This is the internet eating itself, and let's get into it. Small businesses are seen as hugely important to the economy. Politicians certainly talk about them a lot, and being on the side of small business is universally considered a vote winner, regardless of where you sit on the political spectrum. Plus, new and successful small businesses are generally a sign of a good economy, an indication that people are willing to take the financial risks that they entail. They increase competition and innovation too. The benefits are numerous. How Many Works made a great video on this recently, exploring the huge increase in small businesses since the pandemic. Although, as the video points out, this isn't quite what it seems. This was due in large part to the increase in self-employed gig economy contractors, which qualify as small businesses. But nonetheless, the conventional small business dream persists, as people seek to make a living from their passion and take charge of their working lives. The statistics back this up too, with 62% of Americans wanting to be their own boss, 64% of British people wanting to start their own business, 60% of young people wanting to be their own boss by 30, and 31% of Gen Z believing being their own boss would give them security. For young people, this is like...
Really? Because being your own boss is a lot of work. A lot of work. In Germany, we have a saying, oh god. Fundamentally, it turns down to you have to always work. Always. There is no, oh yeah, I'm taking, you know, a week off to go on holidays. No, you don't. You don't. You work. And that's how it is to be, you know, your own boss.
Due in part to influencers increasingly serving double duty as entrepreneurs. Creators like Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, KSI, and Kylie Jenner all make a shit ton of money from their own products, while the richest musicians all own their own brands too. And, of course, MLMs, multi-level marketing, allow anyone to cosplay as a business owner, even if they don't actually make any of the decisions, and the finances tend to be dubious. As businesses have moved online over the past couple of decades, so has their marketing, with social media empowering brands to achieve scale that would previously been unthinkable. Historically, this might have been paid ads, but organic social media marketing has grown hugely since then. It's arguably more effective and avoids the need.
Things like, but for video games, you know, literally streamers and YouTubers. Literally. That's how at least small, oh god, Jesus. Small studios, you know, sell the games. At least, you know, when they want to be successful. They have to basically go viral. And that stuff works. It works very well. And that's really good. I would 100% do the same thing. I would hand out keys to streamers for my games. Left and right, I would do that. just for a chance that someone like Asmongold plays my game, and you know, if he says, "Yep, this is good," boom, success. And it's not even if he says it's good. It's if people look at him playing and they think, yeah, this looks good, they buy it. You have a reading for me to react? Good. Good. After this.
Need to pay to get in front of eyeballs, something especially important to small businesses and their small budgets. This has been amped up by short form video, especially TikTok, with its discoverability factor making it easier to achieve virality, or at least mini virality. Just one successful TikTok can lead to an explosion of orders. And these don't exactly have to be polished either. Their amateurishness is part of the appeal, signaling authenticity to potential customers. They might engage in meme marketing, hopping on popular trends without having to deal with the same approval process that larger businesses might. Despite their popularity, it's a challenging time to run your own business. Small business owners find themselves competing with ones thousands of times bigger than their own, often ripping off their design.
Yes. And you have to keep in mind, most businesses fail. That's the majority of businesses, they fail. That's just a general rule. If you open a business, it likely will fail. Which can be due to what you do, what you don't do, or it has nothing to do with you. For example, your business can fail because, I don't know, oh, there's a flood and your business gets flooded and, you know, now you're fucked. Can happen. Can happen. It's easy to fail if you open a business.
Designs, undercutting them and out-lawyering them. That's not to mention the massive efficiencies of scale that big businesses enjoy and their ability to dodge taxes. Small creators on Etsy now have to compete with businesses that present their goods as handcrafted when they're really just dropshippers. And many people want to support these small businesses, but that's hard when we're struggling financially and they understandably have to charge a premium. And while social media marketing makes for a great low-cost tool, it's very persona-led, which can be a struggle for some people, especially if they're older. Enter pity marketing. Posts that are designed to garner sales using sympathy. This takes advantage of our sympathetic nature, a strategy that's historically been more off-putting than appealing. After all, advertising generally presents businesses as confident in their product and, if anything, more successful than it actually is. If other consumers
Makes sense, yes, makes sense.
Aren't buying a product, then why would we? In theory, pity marketing can apply to any type of business, but realistically, JP Morgan probably isn't going to be doing it anytime soon.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Everyone would make fun of it.
Instead, there's a few niches where we're seeing this play out the most. Books are probably the most common, like I mentioned at the start of this video. Selling books is notoriously difficult because there's so many of them. They're a big commitment and people don't read as much as they used to. Although there's been an uptick in recent years, thanks in part to Book Talk. Still, it's a very crowded field because anyone can write a book and a lot of it is just bad. For those struggling with selling...
Yes, that he's right. A lot of people that write books, they shouldn't. It shouldn't. I'm one of them. Don't get me wrong, I have a lot of ideas, but I just completely lack the skills to do so. Completely lack them. I can create a world, I can create good characters and all of that, but man, I just can't write properly. It's bad. Otherwise, I would literally write books. Literally.
Copies of their book, pity marketing can be an effective strategy. In December 2022, Chelsea Banning posted to Twitter about having only 2 people show up to her book signing, despite 37 responding going to her Facebook event. Of course, this doesn't actually mean much. This prompted an outpouring of support from authors such as Neil Gaiman, the author of novels such as The Sandman, American Gods, and Coraline, as well as a Carnegie Medal winner. He replied to Chelsea's post saying, "Terry Pratchett and I did a signing in Manhattan for Good Omens that nobody came to at all, so you are 2 up on us." The Handmaid's Tale author Margaret Atwood also responded saying, "Join the club, I did a signing to which nobody came, except a guy who wanted to buy some Scotch tape and thought I was to help." David Nichols, Jonathan Coe, Mallory Blackman, Min-Jin Lee, Christopher Moore, Cheryl Strayed, even Stephen King weighed in with messages of support. This was a heartwarming, uplifting gift of hope for the dispirited author, who replied with, "I feel elated and excited and definitely reassured. I'm not even upset about no one coming. I heard back from a lot of them, and they or their families ended up getting sick." She subsequently received 500 orders and saw her book shoot up the charts. But what could be sadder than your mum setting up a cross?
Why do you have to be showing me this? Christmas is not even that close. And it looks nice. Why? Why do you distract me with shiny things? Don't do that. Don't distract me with shiny things.
Stall and having nobody buy from it. That's what happened to TikTok user Brianna Guadarrama, who posted a tearful TikTok expressing heartbreak at her mum not selling anything at her Christmas stall despite spending a month handcrafting products. I don't have the TikTok itself as it's since been taken down, but it received an out.
Let me guess. Nothing was handcrafted. The clip gained 5 million views and thousands of comments from shoppers asking if they could buy the decorations. Yeah.
Pouring of support and media coverage, along with 5 million views and thousands of comments. She made a Shopify store which promptly sold out, with one commenter saying, "I just went to the link and everything is sold out. I'm so happy for her. Tell her not to give up. She's going to win so big." All in all, it was a happy ending and great outcome for Brianna's mum. But what can be a heartwarming testament to the power of the internet has turned into something of a cynical marketing strategy. BookTok has become particularly saturated with this, to the point that creators have expressed frustration at seeing these same tactics used over and over again to garner sales. Piper CJ is a fancy...
Of course, oh my god. Yeah. We found a crazy person.
Author and recent high-profile example of someone who's been accused of engaging in pity marketing. In December, she tearfully claimed to have been threatened with contract cancellation because she fell out the New York Times bestseller list.
And their email read, "We noticed and we're sure this publisher did."
Is that even a thing? Authors present and aspiring. Did you know you can get in big trouble when your book doesn't sell? If your book doesn't sell, your book doesn't sell. Should have written a better book. Or the marketing was shit. I mean, if you literally, if you have a publisher, the publisher does the marketing. So your book not selling is either the marketing's fault, aka the publisher, or the book is not good. No one wants it. Who could have guessed?
And you're about to have your contract canceled and you're going to be in so much trouble and on the hook for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of your advance that you haven't even gotten yet.
Although it's not actually clear who made this threat, as she claimed it wasn't her agent or publisher. She said...
Then who? So she's lying. Which is not surprising.
Since deleted the video, but her TikTok sparked concern from other creators, worried about having their own contracts cancelled. The details of the situation seem murky and confusing to others though, such as the idea of being sued for money not earned, which just doesn't make sense. YouTuber A Little Bit Mads also noticed that Piper CJ's sales were down generally, fueling the idea that this was a deliberate pity marketing strategy.
And here's the thing, I have several friends that still work in like bookstores, and I have noticed the Goodreads review counts for the newer books from this author, and they're not even touching the first book in the Night in Its Moon series. So I know for a fact that this author's sales have gone down abysmally this year. It's pretty clear to me that her book series were not received overwhelmingly positively after the Night in Its Moon. Because let me just put it to you this way, they're badly written.
Based off reviews and comments from...
I told you. I just told you. Just post it in general. I told you the books are just not good.
For other BookTok users, the book seems to have been badly written, and Piper even has a history of controversy in the space too. She hasn't followed up since her original post, so I guess she was hoping it would just go away, which it kind of did. Actor Georgie Greer also landed herself in hot water after she was similarly accused of brazen pity marketing, following a poorly attended performance at the Edinburgh Festival Fringe. The Edinburgh Fringe, as it's often called, is an annual citywide event that sees performances across hundreds of stages throughout the city, encompassing comedy, theatre, dance, circus, and anything in between. Posting on Twitter, she lamented how only one person attended her one-woman play. Accompanied by a tearful photo, she tweeted, "There was one person in my audience today when I performed my one-woman play, Sunsets at Ed Fringe. It's fine, isn't it? It's fine."
Oh yeah, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. Why? Why? Just don't. Just don't. This is pathetic. I hate stuff like that. Man, this is gross. Now I know how women feel when dudes come and try to, you know, oh, pity me, give me a pity date, please. Give me some pity pushy. I'm so pathetic. No one likes me. I better end myself. That's what this is. I hate it. Now I know how women feel. Man.
Sympathetic to her struggle, accomplished actors and comedians offered words of support, like Ben Stiller, Dara O'Brien, Sarah Millican, Jason Manford, and Mark Thompson. Sorry, I realise most of these people are quite UK-specific celebrities, but I promise they're a big deal here. She played to a sold-out show within 24 hours of the tweet, performing her play about romantic comedies set during a live podcast recording. There are ups and downs every day, every hour at the Fringe, but ultimately I know I'm lucky to be performing here. The reaction and support from everybody, including my family, friends, the staff at my venue, Gilded Balloon, people online and other performers have lifted my spirits, but I know there are still no guarantees. While this was all nice, it was dampened somewhat by the discovery that she'd made the same post the previous year for the same show. I guess if it doesn't work the first time, try again. So, how do—
Man, yeah, I hate fake people. I hate them so badly. You can't even imagine. Personally, I suffered from a very hard case of self-love. It's probably a good thing, yeah. Loving yourself is never a bad thing, unless you know you are a narcissist. Then it is.
We end up here. It's become a common occurrence for people to seek pity online in an attempt to further their own business or career, and while I'm sure this happened pre-social media, their payoff would have been much smaller because of the smaller reach. Social media algorithms amplify posts likely to attract pity because people are clearly more inclined to engage with them. Author Catherine Beale spoke on this, based on her own experiences, observing how her pity-attracting posts perform far better than those that are much more celebratory in tone.
It wasn't to like, oh, woe was me, please support me. It was, this is some of the reality. And the problem is the algorithm pushes those videos out, or maybe people just like to watch other people suffer. I don't know. But
sure,
when I
honey.
get my happy post just saying, yay, I rate these great loaded, no spice, feel good books that have great disability rap and
Another
mental health
awful,
rap, and
great.
they're gonna make you feel good and they're light and easy to read. Nothing.
As in her own case, this isn't always intentional and maybe isn't even most of the time. Part of the beauty of social media is the ability to be vulnerable. It just seems that many of us would rather see others suffer than celebrate. Maybe it's that little bit of jealousy in all of us. Seeing others suffer can be an opportunity to be virtuous, what some might call
don't give up. What was the one before?
In all of us. Seeing others suffer can be an opportunity to be
failing. Oh my god, how your products are absolutely gorgeous. First time seeing them now. Wow. Yeah.
virtuous, what some might call virtue signaling. More than anything though, pity just isn't a sustainable marketing strategy, and there's—
I just had a realization. This pity marketing is literally what, oh my god, what all these leftist game designers do when a game is failing. And the game journalists too, oh my god, I just realized that. Oh no, oh god. That's literally what they're doing. Oh, pity us. Play our game. Oh no. No. Oh god. Now I hate them even more. Fuck these people. They target old people like you vote. No, you should become more aware. I am aware. That's why I don't fall for it.
Only so many times it can be done before people start to catch on. And many of us don't even like it in the first place either. But does our willingness to try and elicit pity say something about the current state of humanity? As Sarah Manavis writes for the New Statesman, these cheap and obvious tactics are linked to the shamelessness often rewarded by social media, where things most people wouldn't share of dreaming beyond a close circle of friends are instead loudly professed, usually in a bid for attention to hundreds, millions of strangers. It's difficult not to agree with this assessment. Each day another story or video goes viral that leaves us shocked or grossed out, with people seemingly willing to do anything for 15 seconds of fame, completely losing sight of themselves in the pursuit of fame and money, even if that fame is in the form of notoriety. Pity marketing isn't nearly as bad as some of these examples. At the end of the day, we're talking about people attempting to shift books and theatre tickets, shedding a few tears as they do so. Part of this is down to putting too much pressure on ourselves, especially when following pursuits that are particularly difficult to become successful at, such as being an author. Often those engaging in pity marketing have gone full-time or over-invested far too early, such as YouTuber Romain4, who recently posted about losing $60,000 last year making videos.
Wow.
Considering he only started posting in mid-2023 and his views averaged between 10 and 20,000 in 2024, that's a steep climb. The video gained traction and reactions from big creators such as Graham Stephan, Swell Entertainment, and Social Simone, who all questioned why he'd gone from 0 to 100 instead of gradually building up over the years. To be clear, I'm not accusing Romain of pity marketing, but his story does illustrate our tendency to put needless pressure on ourselves, often by making comparisons with those who are far more successful. In the instance of Romain, that would be somebody like Caleb Hammer, a hugely successful YouTuber also in the financial audit niche. As someone who's put...
Yes, and it took him years to be this big. Years. I mean, I'm growing very, very slowly, but my channel is growing. It's just very slowly because I react to a lot of different stuff. Which is most likely the reason why I'm growing so slowly.
Hours into projects only for them to flop, I know how it feels to fall short of your own expectations. That's why I try and have none, and appreciate anyone who chooses to watch my videos, while trying to make them a bit better each time. More importantly though, I make videos about topics I'm interested in. This channel would be very tedious otherwise. I personally struggle a lot with comparing myself to others, like more
Well, making videos, reacting to videos. Did you take your meds yet? No, I don't take meds. I don't need meds. The clip of Jack Doherty crashing his car is a pity marketing like. But it's not really pity marketing. It's just driving too fast in the rain because he's stupid. That's all that is.
Successful channels that have been around for the same amount of time with much better production values. I think this is something we all do to an extent, especially because of social media. Authors compare themselves to other authors whose debut novels are smash hits and quickly develop a BookTok following, or small businesses that struggle to make ends meet while competitors have a product that goes viral and quickly sells out, or entertainers performing to crowds of a few people while their contemporaries pack out venues. It's no surprise that people turn to social media in their lowest...
You have to start somewhere. You literally have to start somewhere. For example, I'm exposing your YouTube. Right now on YouTube I have 5 viewers live. That's a lot for me. That's a lot for me. And yeah, guess what? That's very, very less than what Asmongold gets when he streams. Which is natural because he's streaming for over 10 years now. And even when he started streaming, right? He already had an audience from his YouTube channel. So of course, he's way bigger than I am. But you know, I'm growing, and that's just how things are. You grow over time. You don't go from, okay, I start being a streamer, and then you have 10k viewers every time. Yeah, no, that's not how the things work. That's unrealistic. That's stupid. That's a stupid way to think. You always start small and then you grow. Know what, you gotta align yourself with the more powerful sides of the political spectrum. And to never shower in a week. No, no. I have to shower. I'm old and gross. I have to shower.
Moments and knowingly or otherwise convert their sorrow to sales. But what do you think? Is pity marketing a sign of something deeper about the state of humanity, that we're willing to debase ourselves on social media for personal gain? Or is this nothing new, just a continuation of what's been going on forever, and social media just makes it more visible? Or a third unspecified option that I hadn't thought of? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below, and obliterate those like and subscribe buttons while you're down there. I release a new video every couple of weeks. Until next time, see ya.
Good video. This was an actually good video, yeah. I didn't know that, you know, pity marketing was actually a thing. I mean, I saw people doing it, but I didn't know that there was a terminology for it. That was very, you know. Yes, that was something. And they literally have the same tactic as loser men that are insecure. Literally. And I know it because I was one of them. Not good times. So, if you're watching this on YouTube as a video, let me know in the comments. What do you think about pity marketing? Do you hate that stuff just as much as I do? Let me know. And if you want to see more of this stupid stuff, subscribe. Until next time, bye bye. And another video. Jesus, my throat. Yay, yes, yay. Now we're gonna take a look at what you sent. We will see if it's a gem. We will see. We will see. Here we go. Now we are watching How to Not Be a Pedo by Nathan Lyle Official. From 12 years ago? This is ancient. Oh my god, is he saying the N-word? Well, actually, the N-word is fine. As long as I don't use it. You don't know? Oh Jesus, don't get me banned.
I sold my soul today. Yeah. I was at work and I was arguing with this guy about vampires and werewolves, and then...
Okay, I like this guy. We are already starting out good.
You know, there was something said about vampires not having souls, and I said, no one has souls. They're not a real thing. They don't exist. And that got into a whole argument about, like, heaven and hell and whether or not they're real. And he was like, if you truly believe that there is no afterlife, then write down on this piece of paper, I sell my soul to the devil. So you know what? I grabbed the paper and I grabbed the pen and I wrote, I hereby sell my soul to the devil with Slim as my witness, and then I signed my name. And then I gave him the piece of paper. It was one of those transparency papers. There was a white one and then the yellow one under it. I gave him the white one, kept the yellow one for myself. But then I gave that to another guy that was just walking past. And he was like, haha, it's so hilarious. So, anyways, yeah.
So, let me guess, this has nothing to do with the rest of the video, aka how to not be a pedo. Great. 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 This is good.
If it turns out that I am wrong and the devil comes to get me, oh well, my own butt. I wasn't getting into heaven anyways. At least I know I'm going somewhere instead of just staying here after the rapture. Because after seeing this at the end, I just don't think I'd enjoy that. At least I have a place working for the devil. So either way, I'm secure.
Okay, we are drinking water.
This episode was brought to you by Strimson's Water. It's just the water. You have to bring your own cup or bottle, and they charge you per drop. If she doesn't remember...
He's funny. He's funny. From 12 years ago, man. Why doesn't he have a bigger audience?
Remember what time Usher was cruising in his drop top. She's too young for you. If she doesn't know that you put the lime in the coconut, she's too damn young for you. If something strange is in your neighborhood and she doesn't know who you're gonna call, she's too young for you. If she doesn't remember who killed Mufasa, actually now that I think about it, there's just something wrong with you. Because
this is gold. This is gold. It is peak. Thank you for this video, man. This is good. Yeah. Wait. About 12 years ago. Yeah.
like anything above the age of 3, you should have seen The Lion King already. I mean, how the hell do you not know that I killed Mufasa?
No, you didn't.
This is a video to help prevent you from becoming a pedophile. Accidentally, at least. If you're gonna do it...
Epstein should have watched this. But he liked being one, so it wouldn't have mattered.
On purpose, I don't really know how to help you.
Oh no, music. Well, guess what? Gonna have to delete that after the stream. Music is never good.
I know that your powers of retention are as wet as a warthog's backside, but thick as you are, pay attention. My words are a matter of pride. It's clear from your vacant expression. The lights are not all on upstairs.
What am I watching?
But we're talking kings in succession. Even you cannot be caught unawares. So prepare for the chance of a lifetime. Be prepared for sensational news. A shiny new era is tiptoeing nearer. And where do we feature? Just listen to teacher. I know it sounds sordid, but you'll be rewarded when at last I am given my due.
Is he literally just...
Yes, injustice deliciously square.
Is he literally just singing for the rest of the video? This has been one of the funniest and most confusing videos I've watched in years. How is... I'm so confused. You don't know, you didn't watch it? Why do you send me a video to react to that you didn't watch? Ah, this is what a day! What a day! This is funny.
Be prepared. Yeah, we'll be prepared. Prepared for what? For the death of the king. Why, is he sick? No, fool, we're going to kill him. And Simba too. Great idea. Who needs a king? No king, la 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 la. Idiots, there will be a king.
We are again at the Lion King. Oh, oh my God, this is. I don't know what's going on. My brain is completely overloaded here. I've no idea what's going on. Help! Send help! At best in the form of nice titties. Because they help always. They always help. Always.
Hey, but you said I will be king. Stick with me and you'll never go hungry again. Hey, alright. Long live the king. 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 It's great that we'll soon be connected. king who'll be your time adored. Of course, quid pro quo, you're expected to take certain duties are born. The future is littered with prizes, and though I'm the main addressee, the point that I must emphasize is you won't get a sniff without me.
Wait, what?
So prepare for the coup of the century. Be prepared for the murkiest scam. Meticulous planning, tenacity spanning, decades of denial is simply wild. Be king undisputed, respected, saluted, and sing for the wonder I am. Yes, my teeth and ambitions are bared. Be prepared.
Wait, what? Teeth and ambitions are bad? Why would you tell us? That's not good. Is that, by the way, a song from I don't know, The Lion King? I don't know, because if it is, then I will get in trouble. Literally. Man, this is so confusing. This is so confusing. So confusing. Oh my god. Yeah. I don't know what to
Yes,
say.
our teeth and ambitions are bad. Be prepared.
What the? What was that? What I expected this video to be, right? Just a plethora of jokes on how to not to be a pedo. But I mean, we had a couple, right? But most of this video was just pure confusion on my part. He's a bit cuckoo in the head. Yeah. Yeah. This is, man, yeah. My brain is overloaded. I think I need to pause. A pause. Yeah. Oh, that was stupid. Fun, but stupid. Jesus. my brain is literally I have to give me a sec. I have to go and take a piss and sort my brain out, because this was a little too much. This was a little too much. Man. I don't know. Oh crap, I was muted. What a surprise. To absolutely no one. So we got another one. What if I fed a Victorian child fast food? Now that sounds interesting. It sounds interesting. How about we find out what happens if we feed a Victorian child fast food?
Hey Bozo, let's say that you've taken a child from the Victorian era and wanted to give them fast food. What would happen? Well...
Nothing good. Nothing good.
Trial number 7. Please. Go ahead.
Child number 7?
Oh? You don't want to eat? Have it your way. This bot's defective. Starting scrap process and resetting trial. Come on guys, we need to get this perfect before human testing can begin.
Oh boy. That was brutal. That was not what I expected. Absolutely not. What is going on? What is going on?
The Victorian era is named after Queen Victoria. The exact dates differ between sources, but it is typically dated from 1837 to 1901. Notably, this is a time period that closely followed the Industrial Revolution, meaning that many radical lifestyle changes occurred at this time. In this video, we will cover 3 potential hazards that fast foods may present to a Victorian child.
Okay.
I will describe each scenario, cover the theory behind it, and outline the most probable outcomes.
That's interesting.
Please note that we are still working on the transfer process, so the topics we cover in this video are purely theoretical.
Of course.
For now.
I like the way of his storytelling. It's really interesting. Just a side note. Oh my god.
The first threat is overstimulation. Maybe our food is so much more flavorful that it can induce a seizure in the same way that flashing lights causes epilepsy.
Is that a thing? I mean, not epilepsy, I know of epilepsy, but can the taste be too much that it causes a seizure? I've never heard of that, ever. Is he making shit up here? I think he's making shit up.
To picture this, imagine the ratatouille scene with the strawberries and cheese, but rather than pretty colors, we have a strobe light instead. Before we consider anything that happens once the food enters the body, we first have to ask, can the very act of eating be deadly?
Of course.
When industry first boomed,
I mean, yeah, it depends on what you eat, how much you eat. I mean, they can get a lot of stuff can go wrong there.
Many people migrated to the city, leading to dense population centers far away from countryside farms. Here, the vast majority of the lower class did not have access to luxuries like spices. With poor pay, high demand, and low supply, the most an average Victorian child could get was salt, pepper, and nutmeg. A far cry.
What is nutmeg? Did I say it correctly? I don't know what it is.
From today's 13 herbs and spices. In contrast, with a more efficient trade network, preservatives, and easy-to-access refrigeration, a modern person can encounter produce and flavors from all across the world and think nothing of it.
Yeah.
And with many advances in science and a vested interest in making products as addictive as possible, manufacturers pump our diets full of artificial flavorings, sweeteners, and sauces.
Exactly.
Fast food, especially so. Given all of this, there is no doubt that our food will stimulate the taste buds more, but is this really enough to cause problems? In some ways, yes. Growing up in poverty, living in unsanitary conditions, and working in toxic industrial environments, a Victorian child has a higher than average chance at improper development, leading to stunted physiological growth. We can see an example of this in the height of children from this time period, often several inches below the average. Don't get me wrong, several inches below average isn't necessarily a bad thing.
We know what he's talking about, right? We all know that, right? Right? Yeah, we know.
But it isn't a stretch to say that an underdeveloped child combined with extreme sensory overload is a recipe for disaster. Believe it or not, there is actually a thing called eating epilepsy, a rare affliction that causes seizures as the act of eating misfires certain parts of the brain.
So it does exist. Good to know.
Things like chewing, swallowing, being full, and tasting can all act as potential stimuli for an epileptic spasm. Or take the cases where excessive spiciness has led to complications when paired with underlying heart conditions.
Oh yeah.
Stress, brought about by capsaicin, can drive adrenaline into the bloodstream, raising blood pressure and causing irregular heart rhythms. In short, overstimulation caused by food can lead to very serious outcomes for people with certain health conditions. Because
with certain health conditions. That's always the thing. Oh yeah, with certain health conditions. Yeah, of course. Everything is dangerous with certain health conditions, of course. Doing the deed is dangerous under certain health conditions. Gotta go. Okay, yeah, bye-bye, Ulo. See you next time.
Because of their rough upbringing, our Victorian child is more likely to be one such person.
Then they brought us food. This was our tragedy. The food was poisoned.
It was the most horrible sight.
What?
You finally survived. You went through hell, and you came out of it, and to die that way, it was just pathetic.
Many of my friends had died after the war, after the liberation. Their eyes were larger than their stomachs. They just couldn't contain themselves. They had to eat and eat and eat.
The bread was hard. Those cans with meat should never be given to these people.
During World War II, thousands of prisoners were freed from concentration camps.
Why do we go there? Why?
And many of them had died from generosity.
Yeah.
You see, during their confinement, the prisoners had suffered many days and weeks of terrible mistreatment, often starving to the point of...
Because the supply ways were bombed. Just so you know. There was just no supplies going there anymore because the Allies would just shoot the trains and the trucks. The more you know.
Of skin and bones. When the Allies came, they saw their sorry state and naturally wanted to help. So they gave away their rations and opened up local warehouses, providing cans of meat, loaves of bread, and bags of sugar. Food too rich for someone in that condition.
Yeah.
Many succumbed to shock or could not take in the nutrition as they developed nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. The second hazard is overconsumption while starved, in medicine known as refeeding syndrome. After a long period without food, the human body switches from sugars to fatty acids, a process that depletes several vital minerals. When someone in this state eats a rich meal, the body inadvertently activates processes that eat up what little minerals were left, causing potentially fatal imbalances. To picture this, imagine trying to light up a room. At the start, you use a flashlight, achieving your goal pretty efficiently.
Sure.
Now, let's say that your batteries run out, so you swap over to using a fire. It's less efficient, but You make do with what you have.
Yes.
Now I come over, bringing a fresh set of batteries, and before you could get out your flashlight, I just throw it into the fire. Symptoms of refeeding syndrome include...
That's very well explained. Yeah, makes sense, right?
Weakness, nausea, swelling in your legs, confusion, seizures, abnormal heart rhythms, breathing problems, and organ failure. We can apply this to our Victorian child because many of them have diets unfit for someone that age. Their meals consisted of bread, inexpensive vegetables, and seafood. They often missed meals since labor was so cheap and constantly suffered from chronic diarrhea. Sure, they weren't starved outright, but unlike the days and weeks of World War II prisoners, the time period these children endured spanned years, or even whole lifetimes. If you want to rehabilitate a starving patient, you'll normally want to ease in with diluted soups or crumbs. But when faced with a rich meal of fast food, with its fatty meats, excess cheese, and sugary desserts, these kids are cooked.
Yeah. Now I understand where the problem is, yeah. Makes absolute sense. Total sense. Man, this video is good. It's really good. Fun and informative. Germs.
This last part is about infection. When you place someone in an unfamiliar environment, they are exposed to local bacteria that they haven't had the chance to adapt to. This, combined with the fact that Victorian-era kids are so sickly, is why infection is the most popular depiction of this meme on the internet. For good reason too, as in some ways, this hazard is the most dangerous of the three. I kid you not, an ambulance just passed by. When European settlers arrived in the New World, they had brought over multiple diseases that devastated the Native American population. Because of their low numbers, isolationism, and lack of domesticated animals, the locals have never encountered things like smallpox, typhus, and measles. And when the Europeans came, millions had died. Even today, we still have to deal with this sort of...
What was that? Why was that in the video? Why was that so... Why is that randomly there?
thing. Despite being interconnected more than ever before, each country still maintains their own unique strains of bacteria. When tourists come by and sample local cuisine, they will also sample local microbes, leading to a phenomenon known as traveler's diarrhea. When our Victorian child arrives, a similar situation will occur, though instead of being localized by country, our strains will be localized by time. Unlike the previous 2 points, infection will basically affect everyone. The rich, the poor. Unless they've somehow gone time traveling before, there wouldn't be a way for them to experience and adapt to today's germs. Granted, the food practices today might be able to minimize the risk of infection, but even when perfectly sterile, the meal will quickly pick up stuff from the air, the plate, and the hands that touch it. Totally harmless for you and me, but potentially deadly for our immune-deficient adolescent. Besides, fast food isn't especially known for its cleanliness. For the outcome, it'll mostly depend on the bacteria, but common symptoms will probably include stomach aches, diarrhea, and vomiting. What a good thing to end on. Later, bozo.
This video is something. Number 1, informative. Number 2, what the hell? Do you eat raw pork? Yes. It's called met. And this specifically is called a metbrötchen. It's delicious. It's so good. I love it. And this was nice. This was a good video. So, dear watcher, are you also a Victorian child that would die? Let me know in the comments. See you next time. Bye bye. Man, that was nice. And now I'm hungry. I'm hungry and man, I've on my second monitor I have you know, the time there, and it's behind my glass. And I was thinking it's 18:21 or something like that. But it's 16. Okay. So, we are, ouch. We are kind of at the end because I need to do some things. Like, I finally want to go for a jog. I haven't been on a jog for months because of my neck, but I want to try today. And it's getting dark, so yeah. And of course my throat is hurting. Like I'm a woman sucking too much dick. Boy, why did I say that? Oh, right, because I'm an idiot. Okay, lovely people, lovely viewers. Next weekend, well, the entirety of all the streams next week going to be playing games. Because this week I only did reacts. Can't have that. So next week we're gonna play some games. Or at least one game. I have no idea which one. I really have to see. We have to see. Would be good to play something that we can finish next week, you know? What would we do? I have no idea. I have to look into it. I mean, I know definitely that we can finish The Witcher in one weekend. That's not a thing. But we can try. We could try. Or we play several short games like Quake. What would be Quake and what else? I don't know. I don't even know. That's also a problem. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Daddy is done for today. Daddy done. Daddy in pain. Oh. Ow. So, dear viewers, if you like today's stream, you know, consider, well, number one, liking it. Number two, subscribe. If you want to see more of games, yes, games. Next week. Yes. I'm leaving, dear viewer. I'm leaving. I'm emptying my water glass, aka drinking it, and then I will get dressed and go for a jog, which I hopefully can finish and don't have to stop after a minute because of neck pain. That would be shit. Yeah. So that's it for today. I hope you liked today's stream. It was for not knowing what I wanted to do today, this ended up being actually really good. Ow. So yeah. I'm looking forward to next week. Starting on Thursday, we're gonna play some games. And most likely old games. Unless, I don't know, something happens. Whatever. Okay. Okay. Enough talk. Time to do things. Yeah. See you next week. Bye bye Rumble. And bye bye YouTube. See ya. Have a nice morning, day, evening, night, you know, whatever it is. And yeah. Enjoy your life. It's short. It feels long, but it's short. See ya. Bye bye.